Well, good morning, conference, and I hope you enjoyed that funky music to help wake you up on the last morning of conference. Today is International Day of Sign Languages, and it seems a very good moment to thank our own sign language interpreters who play an absolutely invaluable role in making our conference accessible. So thank you very much indeed to you and your colleagues. Thank you very much. Right, our first item this morning is a debate on digital rights. You will find this in Conference Daily with a yellow cover, printed inside that the full motion. And I call, please, Victoria Collins to come and please propose that motion. And I'd ask Caroline Voden to stand by to speak next, please.
Good morning, conference. I wanted to thank you all for joining this morning on this early morning, on final morning of conference to debate this emergency motion. And I also wanted to thank the Young Liberals and Liberal Reform. It was such a privilege to work so constructively with them as we produced the text that we're debating today. And conference, this is an emergency issue. Every week we lose one young person where technology has played a role. The evidence of extensive harm posed to children by damaging content online has been clear. And yet, the rollout of July of Ofcom's Children's Codes of Practice, which should have been a moment, if gotten right, to drastically reduce those harms, has instead been ineffective and disproportionate. Children remain a couple of clicks away from harm. Meanwhile, content that should never have been restricted, like LGBTQ+ online support networks, are being unnecessarily age-gated. The legislation was even challenged in court by Wikipedia, a website that I think most of us would agree is one of the best examples of public good online. They're being regulated under the same framework as pornography sites. And I thank the Young Liberals for their concerns they've raised about the importance of the codes of practice too. My spokesperson colleague Lord Clement Jones and I wrote to the government asking for further parliamentary scrutiny of the Act. And conference, this is one of the things that this motion calls for today. We need to urgently review the implementation of the Online Safety Act so that it finally delivers on the promise of protecting children online while preserving privacy. We need to review that it ensures that children and other vulnerable groups are kept safe online. Recent events have shown, and I've heard directly from many constituents in Harpenden and Berkhamsted, as well as colleagues across Westminster, that harmful graphic content is far from restricted across social media. Without even searching for them, millions are seeing viral graphic videos online. Research from the Molly Rose Foundation reinforces this. Their research found that once a teenager account on TikTok interacted with a single suicidal video, 96% of the following recommendation videos then contained harmful content. 1 in 10 of these harmful videos has been viewed over 1 million times. That is 1 million people, potentially 1 million children viewing suicidal content from their phone. Vulnerable children are not protected efficiently under the Online Safety Act. I will repeat, we still lose 1 young person a week where technology has played a role. But where this act has failed to curb harmful content, it has overreacted in other areas. Wikipedia, the reference page for the internet, is currently regulated under the same framework as pornographic sites, simply because of its popularity. Elsewhere, users are being locked out of chat rooms because of previous engagement with 18+ content. Political material has been inappropriately age-gated, with LGBTQ+ forums being restricted, preventing young people struggling with their sexuality from accessing vital support. This is not what the Act ever intended to do. Privacy is another key part of this conversation. I share the concerns raised by the Young Liberals and others about the security of personal information. It's essential that Ofcom's regulations both safeguard children and safeguard privacy. This emergency motion exposes the flaw in how this Act has been implemented. We're calling today for an urgent parliamentary review within 6 months to establish whether the Online Safety Act is fit for purpose, whether the Online Safety Act is meeting the stated aims of keeping children and other vulnerable groups safe online, and whether further legislation is required to ensure that the aims of the Online Safety Act are achieved in an effective and proportionate way so that privacy is preserved. Conference. The Online Safety Act must protect children without restricting access to political and educational services. This motion calls for scrutiny of Ofcom's implementation of this Act, ensuring that regulation functions to protect children, not to impede access to safe online content. And finally, this motion calls for a digital Bill of Rights, which will act as a best practice for companies and the government to operate in the digital world, where rights to privacy and online safety are prioritised. Let's not wait for more harm to be done. Today, we have an opportunity to ensure both our children and our privacy are truly protected online. Please support this emergency motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Could I please ask James Curry to stand by? And our next call, please, to speak, Caroline Voden MP.
Good morning, Conference. Shortly after being elected last July, I got involved with Josh McAllister's private members' bill, which initially proposed a smartphone ban. He hosted several discussions on various aspects of smartphone use, and one of those sessions will remain with me forever. In the room were senior executives from YouTube, Google, WhatsApp, TikTok, and Facebook. Also present were several parents who had suffered the worst loss imaginable, the death of a child. One had taken their own life after being relentlessly bullied online. Another, 14-year-old Jules, was found unconscious in his bedroom. And his mother, Ellen Room, believes it happened when an online challenge went tragically wrong. In the room that day, Ellen challenged the executives to let her have access to her dead son's social media accounts so she can find out why he died. They obfuscated, they fudged, but none have ever agreed to let her see what her son was looking at that day. Listening to her was a truly harrowing experience. And this is the very sharp end of internet safety, the worst imaginable outcome for any parent. But we know from widespread research that children and young people are being bombarded with harmful content on social media apps, platforms that are feeding them content they don't want and they haven't asked to see. Boys looking at football content get pornography fed to them by algorithms promoting sites like OnlyFans. Girls being force-fed a diet of unrealistic body image that feeds into eating disorders and poor mental health. 3/4 of 15-year-olds have seen a beheading online. Dr. Gail Dines, a leading anti-pornography scholar, describes porn as the public health crisis of the digital age. And for the older members of this audience, we're not talking about pictures of naked ladies that might have appeared in top-shelf magazines many decades ago. We're talking about nasty, misogynistic content that serves as the major form of sex education for millions of kids and is teaching them that violence, degradation, and humiliation are normal in sexual relationships. The Online Safety Act is the right direction to protect our children from this public health emergency. But this is a fast-changing world, and it's vital that we as legislators become more nimble so we can keep up with the tech giants who resist any attempts to curtail their profit-making enterprises. Conference, we must review the Online Safety Act within 6 months with full parliamentary scrutiny to ensure it is fit for purpose and effective at keeping children safe. But we must also ensure that it focuses squarely on protecting children and other vulnerable groups, but does not impede access to support services, political content, or educational resources. For these are the kind of things that make the internet a positive tool for everyone as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Would Brandon Massey please stand by? And our next call to speak, James Curry from South Buckinghamshire.
Hello, Conference. It's my personal belief that the internet has been the greatest tool of self-expression in all of human history. It is intrinsically a force for unity. No matter who you are, or how niche your interests, what kind of oddball you may be, you can go online and find out that you have friends everywhere. That is the internet I grew up with. It is unfortunately one that seems to be sliding away, sliding into tyranny of two kinds. On the one hand, we have that of the state, places like Russia, China, who seek to use the internet to control their populations. We'd like to believe it couldn't happen here, but let's not be naive. Secondly, there is the tyranny of the corporations, of Meta, X, Google, etc. These are companies that seek profit at any cost. Some of you may have read, for instance, a few days ago, The Guardian's reporting that Meta looked through the photographs of parents posting photos of their daughters going back to school, and then used those photos of girls as young as 18 to advertise Threads, its Twitter competitor, to middle-aged men. The simple fact is this: the internet is getting worse, and we all know it. And our approach doesn't help. The state of the internet now is that it is one that intends to barricade the world in hate. It promised us connection, but now we feel lonelier than ever. Algorithms that were originally developed to bring us unity are now designed to keep us apart and hating each other, to keep us angry. AI makes us cynical. The internet now makes us hard and unkind. Tech oligarchs free themselves from regulation, but enslave the minds of others. And worst of all, most people don't even know it's happening. The problem with our current approach to online safety is that it empowers these tech companies. We tell Meta to sort it out, as if they can be trusted on children's safety. The simple fact is this: we should not be using the power of the state to empower tech companies against their own users. We should be using the power of the state to empower people against the tech companies. We are the party of personal liberty. We need to remember this. We need to put the empowerment of the individual against the tech companies at the heart of our digital policy. The Online Safety Act does not do this. That is why we need a digital Bill of Rights, and we need to put digital rights at the heart of Liberal Democrat campaigns. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Would Sarah Classic please stand by to speak next? And I please ask to come and speak next Brandon Massey from Reading.
Good morning, conference. I first like to thank everyone who has contributed to this motion. I particularly thank Victoria Collins, our DC spokesperson. I thank Harvey Jones, who has been instrumental in the redrafting of this motion following our wild conference last month. I thank Callum Robinson, if he's in the room, who's been my co-chair in Liberal Reform and has worked with others to emphasise the importance in tackling violence against women and girls, but also noting how that how any campaign needs to be balanced with digital rights. I also like to thank Freddie from who's the MP for Henley, for raising questions with to DSIT, emphasising personal safety in terms of data that we are now passing on to tech companies, and has pointed out that there's been very disappointing responses on the fact that there's been a lack of secure standards for that privacy. Conference, this so some of you might be aware this is fairly different from what I passed at a wild conference last month. We do need a flexible approach for what we propose, and that is not something that we could have brought together in the space of a couple of weeks for an emergency. And in that sense, some of you might find this not going far enough in a sense. But conference, we have the opportunity now to build a very strong case for digital safety and a very strong case for personal privacy as well. So yes, back to this motion. Let's now go ahead and make sure that the issues on the Online Safety Act aren't ceded to reform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would Lucas North please stand by to speak next? And next to speak, please, is Sarah Classic from Bristol.
Thank you, Conference. This is actually my maiden speech at Conference. Long-time lurker, first-time speaker. So firstly, I want to thank the Young Liberals for bringing this motion to Conference. Like them, I have significant concerns about the Online Safety Act, and in all honesty, I have been disappointed in some part of our party's seemingly blind acceptance of it. While the Online Safety Act was brought forward with the right intention to protect children and vulnerable people from the real and devastating harm of the internet, and I don't believe that anybody in this room is in denial about the dangerous content out there waiting for our young people. But its implementation so far shows that it is falling short of that vital purpose, and in some areas it is actively undermining rights we as Liberals must defend. Ofcom's rollout of the Protection of Children codes has already given us troubling evidence. Political and educational content has been age-gated, particularly for LGBT+ young people, and it has been restricted. And let us be clear, if safeguarding measures drive young people away from trusted resources and into the shadows, then we are not making them safer. We are exposing them to greater harm. And then there is the matter of data. Conference, we know from experience that once vast amounts of personal information are collected, whether through third-party age verification or surveillance of private messages, it is only a matter of time before it is lost, leaked, or abused. Privacy is not a luxury. It is a cornerstone of digital freedom, and undermining end-to-end encryption threatens everyone from vulnerable young people in unsafe households to journalists and those seeking help in repressive regimes. The effectiveness of these measures must also be questioned. Any young person with access to a VPN can bypass age gates in seconds, leaving us with the worst of both worlds. Ineffective child protection alongside intrusive risks to privacy and civil liberties. This is not good enough, and it is not liberal. And I have real concerns that parents, especially those who are less tech-savvy than their children, will be lured into a false sense of security by this act, believing it to be an effective replacement for education, monitoring, and open conversations about the content their children are viewing. Conference, we are the party that has always stood for both freedom and protection. Protecting children online is imperative, but we cannot accept blunt, ill-thought-through regulation that restricts political debate, undermines privacy, and fails in its basic aim. And this is why this motion is so important. A full parliamentary review, proper scrutiny of Ofcom's regulations, and a digital bill of rights. A liberal vision that ensures safety, yes, but also preserves the digital freedoms that underpin an open and democratic society. Conference, let us lead the way in shaping online safety that is both effective and proportionate. I urge you to back this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, and congratulations on your first speech at Conference. Would Manuela Petegela please stand by to speak? And I next call Lucas North.
Good morning, Conference, and thank you all for being here at 9 a.m. Conference, we all want children to be safe online, but the Online Safety Act, as implemented, is the wrong way to do it. It threatens our freedoms, our privacy, and the open internet itself. This law was sold on the promise of protecting children, a noble aim, but good intentions are no excuse for bad law. Because what the Act delivers is a sweeping, vague, and dangerous framework that risks silencing voices, eroding privacy, and handing too much power to the state with insufficient accountability. First, it gives Ofcom sweeping powers to decide what speech is legal but harmful. That means satire, protest, minority voices, all at risk of being silenced. That is not liberal, it is censorship. Second, it drives platforms to demand intrusive age checks. That means handing over passports and personal data just to use the internet. Once that data leaks, and it will, and it has, the damage is permanent. Third, it puts encryption in the firing line. The very tools that keep journalists, whistleblowers, and ordinary people safe are now under threat. Break encryption, and you break privacy for everyone, no matter your age, no matter the content you're looking at. Colleagues, the Online Safety Act was sold as protecting children, but it doesn't. It pushes people onto riskier corners of the web while creating a chilling effect on free expression. And then there is the risk to democracy itself. Once the state can demand removal of legal content that it deems inappropriate or harmful, we start deciding who gets to speak. That gravitates towards majoritarian or powerful interests, and those whose views are uncomfortable get silenced. And what about accountability? Who defines harm? What is non-trivial? Who judges what content is legal but harmful? These are inherently subjective, yet the Act gives enormous power to both platforms and Ofcom without sufficient safeguards, oversight, or transparent appeal mechanisms. Journalism is at risk, minority viewpoints are at risk, the chilling effect is real. We've already seen under 18s who have been victims of sexual assault, one of the most horrific things that can happen to you, be blocked from accessing resources because they can't prove that they are over 18. Obviously they can't, they're not. And they can't access something that could be the difference between safety or a very much worse outcome. We as Liberal Democrats must stand for something better. Safety and freedom. Regulation with accountability. Protection for children that doesn't come at the cost of silencing everyone else. We believe in liberty. We believe in free speech. We believe in trust in the individual, not in over-centralized control. So let's be clear. We call for reform. We defend privacy, free expression, and a truly open internet, because safety without liberty is not safety at all. Thank you, conference.
Thank you, Lucas. Would Nathan Hunt please stand by? And next I call Manuela Petegela, MP for Stratford-on-Avon.
Good morning, conference. Let us be clear, the Online Safety Act is here because of the utter failure by the tech sector to safeguard our children and young people. This legislation in practice establishes a new duty of care for online platforms to protect users from increasingly harmful material, including online grooming, radicalization, sexual extortion, and other forms of abuse, as well as racist and hateful material pushed by the tyranny of the algorithms. No one is free online these days. Measures to prevent children from viewing violent material are therefore welcome and essential. However, we must also recognize the issues that arise from the implementation of this legislation. As we heard, age assurance technologies are not foolproof and can be bypassed, and areas of public interest, such as sexual health, political content, LGBTQ+ platforms, have been caught up in content restrictions and inappropriately age-gated. That's why we are calling on both the government and Ofcom to keep the implementation of the Act urgently under review while maintaining robust safeguards for children. The government must also ensure that websites and platforms are upholding the highest data protection standards. Indeed, greater pressure and sanctions must be placed on online platforms to stop the misuse or sale of our personal data, including images. My hope is that the legislation, by being urgently and regularly reviewed, will eventually succeed in demanding accountability from the social media giants that have failed us so much. The onus is on them to make their platforms safe, transparent, and free from harmful content, and to regulate against the algorithms that dictate what we see without our consent. So, conference, please back this motion. We must not stand by while children are left unprotected online, and we must campaign and demand a digital Bill of Rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Would Harvey Jones please stand by? And next I call Nathan Hunt from Huntingdon.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Conference. Legislating for the digital age is one of the great challenges of our generation. Protecting people online is an honourable aim. The reality is that the online world hosts a number of harms, and people, including young people, should be protected from those harms. However, as Liberals, we also believe in proportionate policy. We believe that any form of restriction and censorship needs to be justified. In its current form, the Online Safety Act fails that test. Here's a question for you all. What do an online community about cider making and an online community about earwax removal have in common? They've both been age restricted by the Online Safety Act. Those are some absurd and light-hearted examples, but unfortunately, the wider picture isn't a laughing matter. Also falling into that restricted category is a forum for discussing period health, a forum for people questioning their sexuality, political content, support forums for people recovering from substance abuse, news about the genocides in Gaza and Ukraine, and a support platform for those at immediate risk of committing suicide. All of that blocked, restricted, and placed behind barriers. Resources that exist to support and protect people in times of crisis, replaced behind restrictions that stand between vulnerable people and support, while at the same time, incredibly harmful content remains accessible without verification. When access to support services is restricted, when Elon Musk's Twitter puts a graphic video of an assassination on millions of feeds, you know this act isn't working. Thank you. And on that verification, who's operating it? Who's profiting from it? Big American tech companies. The companies that we are rightfully skeptical of as a party and as Liberals, and time again have shown that they do not have our best interests at heart. And what about the risk of a data leak? What about how incredibly easy it is to bypass those restrictions for those who are technically savvy? What about the risk of personal data being captured by fake verification sites? The rollout of the Online Safety Act has been an abject failure, a slow-moving, illiberal car crash, and conference, when something is going wrong, you put on the brakes. There needs to be an urgent parliamentary review, and it needs to start now. And we need to stand firm against any further attempts to erode digital liberties. I'm proud the Young Liberals have already made this call, and I hope that the whole party will join us in that call. Looking forward and beyond this emergency motion, I personally hope that the party will go further, and that we will oppose any attempts to ban or restrict access to vital privacy tools such as VPNs, which government ministers have floated restricting. At a time when we need to be bold and be liberal, we need to stand up for digital rights. So, conference, I urge you to vote with the Young Liberals and vote in favour of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly in this debate, I call Harvey Jones, Chair of the Young Liberals, to summate on the debate. At the end of Harvey's speech, we will move to the vote on this, and those watching online can watch out for the opening of the online vote. Harvey.
Thank you, Chair, and first of all, can I thank Victoria Collins, Liberal Reform, and a whole team of volunteers right across the party that have helped pull this motion together. Can I also thank Caroline, James, Brandon, Sarah, Lucas, Manuela, and Nathan for covering such a range of issues in their very powerful speeches. Now, conference today is my birthday. I am ever so slightly hungover. I am speaking for the first time at a federal conference. And I am angry. I'm not angry, though, at sensible rules to stop children seeing harmful content, to stop the growth of the manosphere, stop boys accessing misogynistic and violent porn, to stop girls being assaulted by their classmates, because that is what teenage boys are being taught they like. That we must stop. But there is a line to draw in how we stop it. The implementation of the OSA in its current form has posed threats to freedom of speech and association online, with no uniform approach between platforms as to what harmful actually means, equating support forums for LGBT+ teenagers or young women's groups with extreme pornography, labeling war reporting of Putin's genocide in Ukraine and Netanyahu's genocide in Gaza as the same as content from terrorists designed to radicalize, and suggesting that Wikipedia should face the same censorship rules as the most extreme websites. That conference is a disgrace. But I'll be honest, I don't always mind proving my age, though being firmly in my late 20s now will hurt, as long as my data is secure. Because if I go into a shop and I try and buy a video game that's rated 18, I can put my driving license straight back in my wallet, take it home, and I know where it is. But if you use any number of apps today, from X to Tinder, gaming services to Reddit, you'll be proving your age again and again, handing photos of your face or your credit card details, often to a different company on every website, most of them probably based in America as well. How can we be sure? Hell, how can Ofcom be sure that those are going to meet our standards for data protection, that they'll destroy those pictures, those details, when they have used them? We cannot allow tech giants to dismiss our legitimate concerns about state overreach, to allow our privacy to be undermined and our civil liberties to be threatened. But most of all, we must not lose this battle on civil liberties, on digital rights, to the extreme fringe of reform. We must today stand firm in support of this motion to firmly put a new digital Bill of Rights on the agenda for every citizen, including every child. To give Parliament the strongest possible voice in scrutinising the most illiberal aspects of this legislation, and of course, to stand up for our right to access a free and fair internet without fear of censorship or oppression. Because, Conference, I am a Liberal and I am against this sort of thing. Please support the motion. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harvey. We'll now move on to voting on this. Could I please ask those, it's a very straightforward vote, those in favour or against the motion, there are no amendments or anything like that. Could I please see those who are in favour of this emergency motion? Thank you very much. And those against? Thank you. That is very much in line with the online vote, and therefore that motion is passed. Thank you very much. We'll go on, therefore, next to the second emergency motion, building a fair asylum system. Again, you'll find this in Conference Daily, the full motion printed there, and there are no amendments or separate votes. Could I please ask Liz Needham to stand by, and first of all, Lisa Smart, Liberal Democrat Home Affairs spokesperson, to propose the motion.
Morning, Conference. Morning. Right, now, 90,000 men, women and children are stuck in the UK's asylum backlog. Most have been waiting over 6 months just for the Home Office to make an initial decision on their asylum application. But 28,000 people have been waiting for more than a year, Conference. These people who came to the UK fleeing war, persecution and unimaginable trauma, fleeing for their lives, who came with hearts full of hope that this country, with its proud tradition of offering protection, might give them sanctuary. What they found instead is a system that keeps them in a cruel Home Office limbo, banned from working or renting a home, living in unsuitable accommodation, unable to move on with their lives, all while the government turns their backs and the taxpayer forks out £11 million a day for the pleasure. Yeah, £11 million is what the asylum backlog costs to the public every day. It's clear that our asylum system is in crisis, damaged by years of political neglect, scapegoating and short-term thinking at the Conservatives' hands. And in fact, the Conservatives created this crisis deliberately. They told the Home Office to stop processing claims, causing the backlog to grow and grow and grow. They claimed it would act as a deterrent to stop people coming here, but of course it didn't. And their legacy is the chaos and the cruelty we see today. And the Labour government, far from breaking with that legacy, has chosen in large part to continue it, most recently by suspending family reunion routes for refugees. Imagine surviving war or torture, finally reaching safety in Britain, only to be told that your child or your spouse cannot join you. They've slashed the move-on period for newly recognised refugees to just 28 days. That's 28 days to leave asylum housing, find somewhere to live, open a bank account, find a job, and begin to rebuild their lives. 28 days. After months or even years without the right to work or save, it's nowhere near enough, and the consequences are entirely predictable. Homelessness, exploitation, needless suffering, while already stretched, local councils are left to pick up the pieces. And while all this happens, those on the right, Reform and their mediocre tribute acts, continue to stoke division. Nigel Farage has called for Afghan asylum seekers to be deported back to Taliban-controlled Afghanistan, whether they've got a credible claim to be here or not. He's launched a full frontal assault on the fundamental rights and values that underpin our country, calling for the UK to abandon the European Convention on Human Rights, the Refugee Convention, and the Human Rights Act, among others. He's described irregular migration as an invasion and a scourge, language designed to dehumanise and inflame. And across this country, over the summer, we've seen a record number of protests outside asylum hotels, including in my own constituency, and these can leave occupants dealing with fear and intimidation on top of their already challenging circumstances. Conference. We cannot afford to stay silent while this happens. As my friend Tim Farron said on this stage on Friday, we will not have our history, our heritage, and our home stolen by the poison of nationalism. And I think of my own family. My nan came here in the 1930s. She was a Jew fleeing Nazi Germany, and she came to Britain seeking safety, and she found it. And that is the Britain I believe in, a country that doesn't turn its back, but opens its arms. A country that understands that giving people refuge is a proud part of our heritage. Conference, it is the Liberal Democrats who are carrying that tradition forward. We are the only party offering a credible alternative to the toxic politics of reform, one rooted not in fear, but in fairness, not in cruelty, but in compassion, not in chaos, but in competence. And that's what this motion does. It sets out a system that is fair and fast and humane, one that respects international law and treats people with dignity, one that protects the right to seek asylum while protecting communities too. And I urge you to support it, because if we don't stand up for what's right, no one else will. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Would David Kendall stand by? And next I'll call Councillor Liz Needham from St Albans.
Good morning, Conference. My name's Liz Needham, and I am the Chair of St Albans for Refugees, which is commonly known as STAR. For the past 10 years, our charity has been working tirelessly to support people who have fled war, persecution and unimaginable hardship, and to help them rebuild their lives in our community with dignity and hope. But I stand before you today deeply concerned and indeed outraged by the way our asylum system currently operates. The process is not just slow, it is inhumane. People who have already endured trauma are made to wait years in limbo, their lives suspended. Beg your pardon. Their lives suspended while they are treated as problems to be managed rather than as human beings with potential to contribute. The conditions in which many asylum seekers are forced to live are appalling. Families and individuals are placed in hotels that are overcrowded, inadequate and isolating. These are not places where children can thrive, nor where anyone can begin to heal. Worse still, the Home Office moves people on from these hotels with little or no notice. One day a child is in school, beginning to settle, beginning to feel safe, and the next, without warning, they are gone. Local authorities are left scrambling to find out where these children are gone and how to safeguard them. And let us also be clear, not all asylum seekers are treated equally. The welcome extended to people depends far too much on where they come from. Some groups, such as Ukrainians, have been offered safe and legal routes, specialist schemes, and even community sponsorship pathways. Yet others fleeing just as much violence or persecution, whether from Sudan, Afghanistan, or Eritrea, are denied these same options and forced into dangerous journeys because there is no safe route open to them. This two-tier system is not only unjust, it undermines the very principle of asylum, which should be based on need and protection and not nationality. And then, when statutory services fall short, charities like ours are expected to pick up the pieces. Let me be very clear, this is unacceptable. Charities should not be used to patch over the failings of government. We do our work out of compassion and commitment, but it is not right that the burden of care is shifted onto volunteers and community groups when the state itself shirks its responsibilities. Nothing would please me more than being able to close STAR because we were no longer needed. There are better ways forward. Instead of warehousing people in hotels, we should invest in community-based housing solutions where asylum seekers can live with dignity, integrate locally, and contribute while their claims are processed. We must speed up decision-making so that people are not left in years of uncertainty. And crucially, we should allow asylum seekers to work after 6 months. Preventing people from working not only damages their mental health, it wastes their skills and it denies our economy the contribution of people who are desperate to support themselves and give back. At St Albans for Refugees, we have seen what happens when communities welcome newcomers with compassion. People flourish, they give back, and they become part of the fabric of our society. That is the alternative to the failing system that we see today. It is time we stopped managing asylum as if it was a threat to be contained and started approaching it as a shared human responsibility. That is what justice demands, and it is what our common humanity requires. Conference, I urge you to support this motion.
Thank you, Liz. Could Jonathan Oates please stand by? And our next speaker is Councillor David Kendall from Brentwood.
Good morning, Conference. Let me start by saying I support this motion, and I want to thank Lisa Smart for the great job that she's doing on this issue in Parliament. I live about 7 or 8 miles from the Epping Forest protest at the hotel. So I see firsthand and I hear firsthand the effect it has across the community I live in and obviously across wider Essex. There are many, many people concerned about what's happening at that hotel and at other hotels across the country. Not everyone who's at that hotel is a member of Reform or a right-winger. There are a number of mums, parents, who are very concerned about the safety of their children. And we do need to understand that, in my view, and take on board their concerns. And we need to separate some of these things out. I think that for many people, we've always been a country that is very fair-minded, and we have welcomed asylum seekers to our shores. I think the points that were said yesterday about the arrangements we had prior to Brexit are very, very important. I think there is a clear message when we talk about the Brexit boats. Things were a hell of a lot different before we left the Brexit. We had all these arrangements with these other countries. But now we are in a totally different environment. One of the issues that's mentioned in this motion is about the European Convention on Human Rights. Now, let me be clear. I personally want to stay in that convention, but I would like to see our party reviewing the convention. Is it still fit for purpose? Have things changed? Do we need to look at certain aspects of the convention? If that review is done and it is still found to be fit for purpose, then fine. But to say we would just accept it in its current format will be of concern to some people. And I'm not talking about the right wing, I'm talking about fair-minded people in this country who don't know much about the European Convention of Human Rights at all. But it's quoted daily on our TV. Is it right? Should we be in? Should we be out? I think we should be in, but let's say we will look at it. I think we, again, need to talk about the fairness of things. People want a fair asylum system. But if you are an asylum seeker living in Calais, you're living in a tent or under a tarpaulin, and there's an opportunity to go somewhere where you can get a bed, a roof over your head, what would you do? That is the reality for a lot of those people living over in Calais. That's the issue they face on a daily basis. I know people who travel across the Channel. When we see these dinghies, we see them normally isolated. There's no boats around them. Anyone who has travelled across the Channel would realise just how dangerous it is. It's a very, very busy shipping lane. You've either got to be desperate or really ignorant of the dangers to get into any boat, never mind a dinghy. Anyone who crosses over probably is very, very desperate. We need to understand that. But we also need to take on board that the fairness angle I mentioned before is important to people. People want a fair asylum system. They want people to be treated fairly. But we need to ensure that people are processed quickly. If they should be here, they should stay. If they shouldn't, they should be returned. Where I do agree with the motion is, whilst people are waiting, sitting around in a hotel for over a year doing nothing is wrong. People should be given the opportunity to work and contribute to society, pay tax and be a part of the community. Thank you, Conference.
Would Simon Lepori stand by to speak? And next, please, can I call Jonathan Oates, who is a member of the House of Lords.
Conference, I support this motion and I want to speak specifically to lines 19 to 21, calling for the UK to uphold a fair, compassionate and efficient asylum system. As co-chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Africa, I frequently engage with asylum seekers seeking protection in the UK, people who have fled violence, imprisonment, persecution and torture. What I've witnessed is a system that's horribly broken, costly and inhuman. A system which results in misery for thousands of people held in limbo. One case I'm dealing with at the moment for over 4 years. People who should be receiving protection and contributing to our country. But a system which fails them, but also fails to remove those who shouldn't be here. And all the while, this failure fuels popular distrust and anger among significant proportions of our population. It is failure on a monumental scale. And what is most unforgivable in all of this is that just at the point that the Conservatives were ramping up their rhetoric against asylum seekers in the mid-2010s, they were overseeing the collapse of the asylum system. The rate of removals from the country fell off a cliff. The backlog of asylum claims skyrocketed, and rather than fix the system, the Home Office scandalously raided the development budget to pay for their failures. With no responsibility for the budget they were spending, they squandered billions procuring hotels without care for the costs or the social impact, driving up prices and profiteering and sowing dissent in our communities. Unable to cover up these failures any longer, they scapegoated those they had already failed. Traumatized people seeking our protection were instead cast as the villains of the piece. And we all know what happened next. Hotels housing terrified asylum seekers surrounded by baying mobs, violence in towns and cities across our country, incited by political failure. Conference, we reject unequivocally the hostile rhetoric of our political opponents. We cherish the British values that extend a welcome and provide safe haven for those fleeing persecution. But we also know that if we are to uphold these values, we have to maintain the confidence of the public. That means a complete overhaul of the asylum system to provide the efficient and just decision-making that this motion calls for, which clears the backlog, removes those not entitled to stay, and ends the scandal of billions squandered on hotels. But above all, creates a system that treats people with compassion, dignity and respect, and provides them with the protection they seek. Conference, please support the motion.
Thank you. Would Nicholas Chan stand by? And next to speak is Simon Lepori from Trafford.
Good morning, Conference. And may I take this opportunity to remind you all of National Psoriasis Day at the end of October. I wear my shorts proudly and show my scars off proudly. Thank you very much. Last summer, a month after Labour came to power, they announced that we were housing asylum seekers in Cresta Court. You may have heard of it. Our local Conservative leader has been on GB News and any other outlet he can get in front of about it. The problem is, and we've heard from everyone, they're stoking this. They're stirring it up. They're blaming the government when it was a problem of their own making for all the reasons outlined. But part of the extra problem is our councils don't have any method of combating it, don't have any way of actually saying, well, we weren't consulted. We don't have any part to play in it. We don't have any way of going in and actually dealing with it and helping these people. So for all the reasons we've already heard as well, you know, our councils are numb at the moment. So you see these cases that are going through, that went through with Epping, and I kind of agree with it. our council should have had more oversight. Our health scrutinies should have had more input. Our housing departments should have had input. Our support services in our councils should have had more input. And maybe we would have been able to hold the community together instead of what just looks like a mess in most places where this has happened. A year on, we still have protests regularly. A year on, we still have those Facebook posts daily. Oh, they're out. We've got to look after our girls. We've got to look after our children. Sentiments I agree with. But these people in these hotels are not the danger. The system they are now trapped in, and perpetually, is the danger. I won't go on because we've all heard brilliant points this morning. And please support the motion, and thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Would Susan Murray stand by? And next to speak is Nicholas Chan from Medway.
Thank you, Chair. Conference. Two memorable events in this conference is first passing the motion on Hong Kong, which is yesterday, and it shows that there is political determination is possible in this country if we stand up to it. And of course, the second is the conference rally, whereby we proudly reclaim our flag for a brighter future for our country. As a migrant myself, we love this country as dearly as anyone here who is actually born here. For migrants, all of us has actually fled persecution, and we love this country because this is the only home that we can really call home. The primary culprit of the current asylum system is that it is set up so that it could not even have failed more spectacularly. As a solicitor myself, sometimes when I work on immigration law, I see the hostile policy from the Conservatives, where the Home Office will reject forms for a mere fudge, then pushing the bureaucracy into ever more limbo. Then they resort to housing these limbo cases into hotel confinements. The Conservatives could not have built a better system to trap themselves and trap the future of migrants who are very keen to build this country. And of course, reform does not have the answer and will never have the solution, because reform does not want to add value in building this country into a better country. Because when I read about children from working class families, for example, where I live in Chatham and Elsford, they fall behind 23 months by the time their child gets into secondary school. But meanwhile, Chinese families are 20 months ahead. And that is why in the Liberal Democrats, I fight for fairer education policies, and I fight for my residents for better education. And my wife, as a state school teacher, worked very hard to inspire future generations who will be taking charge of the pensions that we so much treasure when we retired. Conference, fairness is not about classifying whether a migrant is economic or not, right or wrong, or trying to put migration into multiple tiers. I would say migration is simply because we arrived to this country because this is the only place we can call home. So, conference, please pass this motion for a fairer migration policy and stand with the asylum seekers who actually come to our shores. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. And our last speaker is Susan Murray, MP for Mid-Dunbartonshire, summating for the debate. During her speech, the online voting will open, and then at the end, we will vote in the hall. Susan.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Conference. Conference, the UK has a long, proud history of offering sanctuary to those fleeing war and persecution. But the previous government has utterly trashed this legacy. They closed down safe and legal routes for refugees, putting more power in the hands of traffickers and organised crime. They stopped the processing of asylum claims, causing the asylum backlog to balloon on their watch. And they threatened the fundamental right to asylum in the UK with their cruel Illegal Migration Act and the failed Rwanda scheme. And what about Labour? What are they doing? Despite repeated ministerial promises from the government, we continue to see asylum seekers trapped in limbo for months or even years. communities across the country under immense pressure, and a massive bill to the taxpayer. Conference, the Conservatives left the system in a shambles, and now Labour is too timid to get on with fixing it. That's why I've been so heartened today to see the debate. We have shown that a different path is possible with the Liberal Democrats. We've heard the informed and passionate speeches of the people that have taken part in the debate. David Kendall recognises that we must listen to the concerns of local communities. Liz Needham, and talking about the desire to remove the need to have organisations that support refugees. And Jonathan Oates calling for a fair and compassionate asylum system that removes those who are not entitled to stay. Simon talked about the causes that are the people that caused this situation, stoking the fires. And Nicholas highlights how migrants come to the UK, call it home, and we benefit from their skills. In my constituency in Mid-Dumbartonshire, refugees are welcomed and supported by the local community through groups like East Dumbartonshire Welcomes Refugees. I'm very proud to represent a constituency which benefits from a community that cares and is enriched by diversity. The Liberal Democrats are clear. We will always stand up for the rights of refugees. We are committed to doing everything we can to build a fair asylum system, which includes the rapid processing of applications so that those who have a right to be here can get on with their lives. We have a comprehensive plan to tackle the backlog on asylum claims in an efficient and compassionate way. This is a national emergency and we must treat it as such. And as Liberal Democrats, focused on listening to our communities and solving their issues, we will not stand for it. Conference, please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan, and to all our speakers in this debate this morning. We'll now move to the vote. It's a very straightforward vote. There are no amendments or separate votes or anything like that. Could I please see those who are in favour of the motion? Thank you very much. And those against? Thank you very much. That is also endorsed by the online vote, so that motion is clearly approved. Thank you very much indeed. I'm grateful to my aide, Duncan Brack, and the Hall aide, Belinda Brooks-Gordon, and I now hand you over to Jenny Rigg to chair the next session.
Good morning, fellow survivors of the Glee Club, and happy Bi-Visibility Day. I hope you can all see me okay. It is, of course, also the day to appreciate our wonderful signers. So if you could please show them a little appreciation, I would appreciate that. Welcome to F42, which you will find on pages 88 to 90 of the agenda, or under Agenda in Quick Access if you're using the app. There are 2 amendments, which you can find on pages 7 and 8 of Conference Daily. We do have a little space for more speakers if any of you have the burning urge to speak at conference, so do feel free to put a card in during the debate. I now ask Zoe Franklin to stand by, and I call Ollie Glover to propose the motion.
Good morning, Conference. I should have known that the Lib Dems' collective love of Star Trek, Star Wars and/or Doctor Who, and all the furious arguments we sometimes have about which is better, would be enough to make sure that some of you, at least, battle your hangover to be here and hear this important motion. Your reputation is secure. I want to thank the Young Liberals for recognising the space sector as important for the UK and for bringing this motion to conference, and I am pleased to join them in supporting this motion and Amendments 1 and 2. Last year, a London economics report estimated that the UK space sector generated over £18.5 billion in value and employed over 55,000 people. It underpins a fifth of our economy, with £450 billion of value. A day without space services would cost the UK £1 billion, and as a result, the UK has rightly designated space a critical national infrastructure sector. Most of us will already have used space services a dozen times this morning, whilst reading the news, checking our travel information and online banking. We use it for things like satellite communications, navigation relying on 27 GPS satellites, timings of financial transactions, and Earth observations for weather, supporting sectors like agriculture and improving our monitoring of climate change. In fact, over the summer I had my first visit on a combine harvester and learnt how modern combine harvesters are also dependent on space for their automation. Space is also vital for our defence. Simply put, our forces can't understand a tactical situation, move with purpose, communicate or operate effectively without dependable support from space. I'm very proud to be able to say that there are over 1,900 organisations involved in some capacity in the UK space sector, many of them located on Harwell campus in my Oxfordshire constituency of Didcot and Wantage, which is the UK's leading science and innovation campus. I've got Airbus, Astron Systems, Thales, Astroscale, Open Cosmos, Lockheed Martin, MDA, Viasat, Oxford Space Systems, Space Solar, Space Flux, MagDrive, and very, very more. And I'm sorry that I've not yet managed to visit all of them, but you're all on the ever-growing list of visits. The European Space Agency also has its UK headquarters in my constituency, and I'm lucky enough to have met constituent and ESA reserve astronaut Megan Christian, who beat tens of thousands of applicants to get the job, having prepared for it by spending many months in a small team on the South Pole, which in many ways is the perfect rehearsal for being in space. The UK space sector gains significant strategic, scientific and economic benefits from our funding and membership of the European Space Agency, an important international organisation not affiliated to the European Union, but having some similarities in concept. Through the European Space Agency, we have access to world-class space science and missions, as well as shared infrastructure. I also have the UK Space Agency's headquarters in my seat, and just 2 weeks ago, I asked the Prime Minister about a decision that the government sneaked out in the middle of August to scrutiny as an executive agency, and what impact it would have on its international credibility, operational independence, and budget. The Prime Minister's answer mentioned costs and duplication, but I'd rather he'd have reminded us that the UK was once the world's leading sea power, and we could be the same again in space. Space is the fastest growing UK sector, but the UK's growing reliance on space is increasingly at risk from natural hazards like space weather and growing congestion in orbit. With over 80 spacefaring nations and launch activity surging, space is more crowded than ever. UK Space Command tracks around 45,000 objects in orbit, including nearly 9,000 satellites, with multiple re-entries happening daily. Because of that increasing crowding, with thousands of pieces of debris posing a serious threat to satellites, spacecraft, and vital services we rely on every day, active debris removal is an emerging technology, essential to reduce these risks and prevent dangerous collisions that could damage critical infrastructure. It represents a major opportunity for the UK, and Astroscale in my constituency are developing spacecraft in order to be able to remove space junk. When asked, space sector companies in my constituency and beyond said their largest barrier to growth was access to funding, followed by recruitment difficulties. All of us here know that Captain Jean-Luc Picard would never have voted to leave the United Federation of Planets. But our decision to leave the EU, which is our nearest equivalent of that, has created barriers to hiring international talent, as there is an ongoing shortage of skilled candidates. If this government does not treat our space sector like the special and strategic industry that it is, we risk falling behind other global competitors, hurting our economy and defence capabilities. We must also consider the risk of leaving too much space development to potentially dangerous people like Elon Musk. To achieve our goal of becoming a leading space power, we must have bold decisions, strong and consistent investment, and most importantly, clear leadership. But we also need a pro-business and pro-startup economy, affordable housing with accompanying infrastructure to support our labour market, and internationalism and diversity so that we pull talent in Europe and beyond. But conference, this isn't just about improving our lives today. Exploring space is an idea, one which has the potential to unite us as a species. In the Star Trek universe, it was the discovery of humanoid aliens in the late 21st century that ultimately led to an end to hunger, poverty, and war. It led us to realize that the universe is about so much more than ourselves and led to global unity rather than international competition. The International Space Station, 25 years old today, shows us that that future is possible. Both on Earth and in space, ultimately, we will only succeed by combining the greatest minds and talents of our species, irrespective of nationality, race, gender, religion, or anything else. So please, conference, bring us a step closer to that inspiring vision of a better future by supporting this motion and both amendments.
Thank you very much, Ollie. Can I ask Tim Clement-Jones from Lambeth to stand by, please? And I now call Zoe Franklin from Guildford.
Good morning, conference. It is a pleasure to speak today, and I'm delighted that my amendment has been selected. I believe it strengthens our case for investing in the UK space industry by highlighting the vital role of research, innovation and skills in our universities. Over the past decade, the UK space sector has consistently outperformed both the wider UK economy and the global space sector. Since 2015, we've attracted more private investment in space technologies than any country outside the US. According to the UK Space Agency, satellite services supported industries contributing 18% of our GDP in 22-23 and equivalent to 454 billion. This sector is growing faster than any other, and we must support that growth to maintain our global leadership. Space technology is not some distant or abstract concept. It's woven into the very fabric of our daily lives. It underpins communications, navigation, defense, security, and so on. Investing in space means investing in technologies that power our modern, integrated world. And to remain globally competitive, we need robust policies that allow industry to thrive, but the sector cannot sustain its growth without recognizing the central role of our universities. They are at the very heart of space innovation, inspiring and training astrophysicists and engineers of tomorrow. And as the MP for Guildford, I'm a proud alumna, and I am especially pleased to highlight the achievements of the University of Surrey. For nearly half a century, it has led the way in UK space engineering. And in the late 1970s, Sir Martin Sweeting and his team at Surrey Space Centre proved that small, low-cost satellites could deliver high-impact results. This led to the creation of Surrey Satellite Technology Limited, the UK's largest university spin-out, which is still based in Guildford and is still world-leading. It's a shining example of how universities don't just produce world-class research, they can create whole new industries. The story continues. Surrey has just launched the Surrey Space Institute, bringing together multiple disciplines and working closely with government, industry and international partners. These interdisciplinary partnerships are key. Across Surrey, Hampshire and the south of England, the South Central Space Cluster unites over 200 companies and 14,000 employees, generating 2.8 billion and exporting over 1 billion. When academia, industry and government collaborate, the sector flourishes. We cannot rest on our success, though. Innovation requires constant investment, and the UK space sector faces a shortage of skilled engineers. If we want to stay at the forefront, we must invest in the next generation. That's why programs like Jupiter are so important, giving students the chance to build, design, and launch their own satellites. Hands-on experience that turns bright students into mission-ready professionals. This amendment ensures this motion recognises the cutting-edge research and innovation fostered in our universities. They are the talent pipeline without which the sector cannot thrive. So supporting this amendment this morning means backing our universities, researchers and future engineers. It means giving the UK skills innovation to lead in this vital sector. The space economy isn't just about jobs, growth, export, collaboration, opportunity here on Earth. It's about securing Britain's place at the cutting edge of technology and inspiring the next generation to dream big and deliver real benefits for society. So, Conference, I urge you this morning to back this amendment, back this motion, and back the future of the UK space sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. Can I ask Harvey Jones from Merton to stand by, please? And I now call Lord Tim Clement Jones from Lambeth, who wishes to propose Amendment 2.
Thank you, Chair. Conference, thank you, young Liberals. This is an excellent motion that rightly recognises the critical importance of the UK space industry to our economy, security and future prosperity. It underpins the essential services of modern life: navigation, communication, weather monitoring and defence. And members of Lib Stem and I believe that the proposals in Amendment 2 would further strengthen our position as a leading space nation. Brexit has left us excluded from crucial EU space initiatives, notably Galileo, and we risk falling behind global competitors, the United States, China, Russia, and indeed our European neighbours. The stakes are high. A failure of global navigation satellite systems, for example, could cost our economy an estimated £1 billion a day. Galileo provides a secure, resilient and accurate alternative to American GPS, serving both civilian and defence needs. And a closer UK-EU defence and security relationship could remove the political barriers to rejoining. IRIS 2 represents the future of secure satellite communications. Currently, UK industry is locked out of bidding for crucial aspects of this programme. Our participation would offer vital opportunities to stay at the cutting edge of enhancing our national security capabilities. The second part of the amendment addresses an immediate threat to our space ambitions: the government's decision to absorb the UK Space Agency, currently an arm's-length body, into the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology by April 2026 on the grounds of efficiency savings. The UK Space Agency was specifically established to provide a unified interface with international partners like ESA, the European Space Agency, and other national space agencies. It offers the autonomy, specialised focus, technical expertise, agility, and international credibility that are absolutely crucial for competing in the global space economy. Absorbing UKSA into DCIT risks diluting this, undermining our international standing and hindering the development of a coherent, sustained national space strategy. And we already have concerns about fragmented space policy across government departments, and this move will only make matters worse. As the fourth largest funder of ESA, Britain must maintain an independent space agency capable of effective engagement with our international partners. An independent UKSA is essential for enabling long-term planning cycles and ensure that we can continue to punch above our weight on the global stage. So we, Lib Stem and myself, urge Conference to support this amendment, which demands that the government reverse this decision and maintain UKSA's independent status. We need to go further too and consolidate all government space activity into a single body, bringing together space functions currently scattered across various departments with clear responsibility for delivery, policy, strategy and regulation. And this amendment, if taken with the motion, will enable Britain to fully realise our potential as a leading space nation, safeguarding our national security, driving economic growth, and inspiring future generations. I urge Conference to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. Can I ask Ben Maguire from North Cornwall to stand by, please? And I now call Harvey Jones from Merton, who wishes to speak in favour of the motion as a whole.
Twice in 10 minutes, I'm so sorry. Conference, when I say Scotland, you probably don't think of space. And I don't want to steal Jamie Stone's thunder for later on, but I do want to talk a little bit about Scotland. It may say Merton on the screen, but I work for a former member of the Scottish Affairs Committee in the House of Commons, and I have seen firsthand the impact that the sector is having right across the country. Around a fifth of all of the UK's space jobs are based north of the border, with Glasgow in particular being the centre of European production of small satellites, beating out almost every other European nation. Like Zoe mentioned, universities in particular are also having a real impact, and their work is being celebrated and appreciated right around the world, including in some leading American universities. For that, can we also, I think, show appreciation for Christine Jardine, who has pressured the government for many, many months when they first came into office and pulled funding from a brand new exascale computer at the University of Edinburgh. This computer would be 5 times more powerful than the most powerful technology the university already had, and had the potential to totally transform the research that they do in a wide range of fields, from astrophysics to medicine and engineering. And then, when Rachel Reeves was looking for ways to fill the 22 billion or 50 billion or whatever billion it is today black hole, she pulled the funding, saying it was never promised. Christine and other MPs have lobbied consistently, and we have finally guaranteed that funding for our university at the centre of Edinburgh, making sure that we have space to continue that innovation into the future. But I also want to talk about the motion title. A new hope for the space industry is not just about those that are working in it at the moment, as important as those jobs are. Over the weekend, I've done lots and lots of fringe events, I'm sure you have, and we've talked a lot about what young people are feeling at the moment. There's a general sense of hopelessness, a general sense that there's not many jobs going, there aren't the same opportunities that previous generations had. And a motion like this particularly calls for 4, and the work that Ollie is doing on the Harwell campus in Oxfordshire are absolutely critical in making sure that young people have hope, have opportunities and avenues to explore careers in sectors we have never worked on before, have that kind of space to explore and apply the knowledge they develop in school into really exciting, engaging, and really important aspects of research and future development. So please, conference, back this motion today to give young people and universities, businesses right across the country the hope that this sector desperately needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harvey. Can I ask Neil Alexander from the Highlands to stand by, please? And I now call Ben Maguire MP from North Cornwall, who wishes to speak in favour of lines 53 to 56 in particular.
Thank you, Chair. Conference, this is an excellent motion that I'm proud to speak on today. As MPs, we talk constantly in Parliament about looking for industries that will shape the future of our economy, and the space sector is absolutely one that we can focus on with pride. As North Cornwall's MP, I'm very proud to have Spaceport Cornwall in my constituency, which I've visited a number of times. It hosts fantastic businesses like Avanti Communications, Blue Abyss, Intelligent AI, Piran Composites, and many more. I've seen firsthand the skilled jobs and innovation the complex brings to our region. Skilled jobs that we so desperately need. RAF St Morgan is well placed next to the spaceport, which provides huge opportunities for our country's defence. On lines 53 to 56 of this motion, which references space hubs like the one we have in Cornwall, we have a really unique opportunity to explore the potential that the space sector can bring to our regions, especially with the creation of what could be called skills clusters. Universities like Exeter, colleges, private businesses, and many others would be drawn together to form cohesive clusters of excellence. Zoe Franklin's amendment talks to the importance of skills, increasing the number of skilled STEM jobs to help facilitate skills growth in deprived regions, development, and start to combat that brain drain that areas like Cornwall see. The spaceport has already engaged with over 50,000 school children and directly creates more than 150 skilled jobs, supporting nearly 500 more, which pay on average more than double the average salary in Cornwall. Keeping these people and this talent within the Duchy, rather than forcing them, like I was, to seek a career elsewhere. Conference, imagine what we could achieve with the right nurturing and support of our spaceports. As a core part of clusters of excellence, the potential is unimaginable. It makes sense for our economy, our defence, and the education of our young people. That's why I urge you today, conference, to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben. Can I ask Ian Stotesbury from Watford to stand by, please? And I now call Neil Alexander from the Highlands, who wishes to speak in favour of the motion as a whole.
Conference, we have liftoff. Conference, why do Lib Dems climb the hill to go to Glee? Because it is there. Conference, let's not get in a policy black hole over this. I'm sorry, I did also just say to Harvey, because he stole my thunder, he had to laugh the loudest. It wasn't actually quite good enough there, but thank you. At conference, I could go on and on with the puns, but as a young kid, I was one of those kids dreaming big, as mentioned earlier. I wanted to shoot for the moon. A shame my fear of heights probably got a little bit in the way of being an astronaut, but I am glad that Zoe and others raise the innovations where the space industry is leading the way. Near my own constituency, Orbex, whilst building small satellites, also are developing their own sustainable fuels. Imagine what that could be doing in that sector. But it's not just the industry itself that benefits from dreams and innovations. Conference, I'm a game designer by trade. I've worked as a game designer for 8 years. And let me just tell you that some of the genres and some of the biggest innovations in those sectors and some of the world-leading games is in space exploration. Just look at my own personal favourites like Starfield and No Man's Sky. Film, music, the list goes on and on where the creatives are looking to the stars. Games and creative industries are where big dreams like mine can truly be explored and lived in our own little reality. So conference, please, look, when we talk about innovation and also the economic benefit, let's also consider just the wider impact of the big dreamers like myself. So conference, it is time that we as a party do face that final frontier, finally completing that full canvas by dreaming big and knocking the doors of the moon. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neil, for that excellent punnage. Can I ask Chris Adams from Newham, Barking and Dagenham to stand by, please? And I now call Ian Stotesbury from Watford, who wishes to speak in favour of Amendment 2.
Good morning, Conference. I have no puns, I'm sorry to say. I want to start by thanking our brilliant MPs and Lord Clement Jones, Chris and all the contributors from Lib Stem for this amendment, and especially Young Liberals for bringing us the debate today. We should be proud of our space sector for all the reasons we've heard of so far, and I hope you'll support the motion and both amendments. Your space sector punches well above its weight, capturing almost 5% of the global market with only 1% of global investment in space. As we've heard, it's an excellent government investment for residents, for taxpayers, but as we've just heard, it does something particularly special. It does inspire us. It inspires us to dream bigger, our children to dream bigger, and think of a brighter future for all of us. This motion and amendment helps with two things the sector does desperately need to thrive, both priority and purpose. So priority. Despite the sector being critical, as we've heard, to almost 20% of our economy and all of the benefits to society that it gives, we simply don't invest enough in the sector. I should declare interest. I work in the sector, so there is a bias. We're being out-invested by most other nations in space. Germany's a good example, investing almost 50% more than us. France, over double. Let's not lose our leadership position by being idle and resting. Purpose, and this is where I think both amendments are vital. As proposed by the first amendment, let's continue to ensure that the sector is a vehicle for our incredible universities and careful to invest strategically and work with the global sector. And this is where Amendment 2 is really vital that I want to speak about today. So really briefly, I'll provide my insight as a space systems engineer in the sector, what I do day to day in the industry. I've been lucky enough to work on telecommunication spacecraft, remote sensing spacecraft, science, debris removal, and across all of those different missions, one thing remains the same. We need impressive talent that reaches well beyond our shores, and our supply chains are truly global too, with a special focus on our European friends. Let's continue to be the party that champions that internationalism in everything we do. So, building on that, with regards to British Galileo, I do think we can be bolder and dream bigger. We should be focusing on a UK vision that builds out new services and novel systems rather than duplicating old. Let's work with ESA, but let's carve out a niche for our British sector to fill. Space is growing at such an incredible rate, we can increase our productivity by focusing on novel services, be it in climate science, debris management, or in space science. Space science is all the more pertinent as Trump rapidly slashes science budgets. So let's give our space sector that priority and that purpose it deserves. Please vote for both amendments and the motion as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ian. Can I ask Brandon Massey from Reading to stand by, please? And I now call Chris Adams from Newham, Barking and Dagenham, who wishes to speak for the motion as a whole.
Thank you, Conference, and thank you, Jenny. I wasn't initially anticipating that I would speak in this debate, I'll be completely honest, but I was really encouraged to see it on the agenda. I think that the space industry is one of those industries in the UK where the UK has the greatest opportunity for growth. But I don't think it's necessarily in the classical areas of space that we would normally think about. We think about satellite production, we think about launch, we think about those sort of like hardware bits, which is really the front line of space. What I really want to talk about is downstream applications. Now, I should declare an interest. I work with a company called Planet Labs, who take a picture of the entire Earth's surface once a day. They have done that for about 15 to 20 years now, and they have an enormous data set available to them. And the real opportunity here isn't what we can do with that data set. Now, anyone who knows anything about artificial intelligence knows that the way that you train models is by using large data sets. They have literally the entire planet, all of the change that has taken place over the planet over the last 15 years to be able to train these AI models on. Their motto is, see the change, change the world. It's all about understanding the effects that climate change have. But the reality is that this is far, far broader. And in the UK, we have a unique opportunity as the third AI power to really harness these data sets, whether it's that one or others, that are coming to us from satellites, to be able to then build a far better AI industry as well. It's all about the synergy between what we're really good at in the UK. Now, that's why I was really encouraged to read lines 36 to 38 that talks about that synergy and that opportunity that the UK has for economic growth as a result of space applications. But I also think, Conference, that as a country, we have to understand our place in this market. We are not the largest country. We do not have endless amounts of funding. And the one criticism that I have of the government strategy, the previous strategy, was that it was effectively a bit of a catch-all strategy. It tried to do everything. It tried to make everyone happy. And as a result, it lacked focus. Now, when I was talking to space executives a couple of years ago, one of the things that they said as a result of this lack of focus was that they just didn't know what to do. They were continually trying to talk to government about the endless possibilities that there are, whether it's Space Forge, who are trying to create materials in space, whether it's Earth observation applications, whether it's launch. And there was no real focus from the government, and there was no funding behind it. What they really wanted to see were two things. First of all, far greater focus. Just pick 2 or 3 things that you're going to fund and do it well. Give the industry a sense of what they can do and help them to stop wasting time, frankly, in trying to engage the UK government on things that they're never really going to fund because they don't think that we're very good at it. Just pick 2 or 3 bits of it. And then the second thing was regulation. Now, a lot of these, and particularly if I talk to Space Forge, one of the problems that they had was rules of origin. They don't know where they're fabricating things because they're fabricating them in space. Now, for trade, rules of origin is quite important. So what they do is they construct one aspect of it in one market, they launch it from another market, and they land it in a third market. So they can argue that they're from everywhere. But that's not a sustainable regulatory framework. The only reason they're doing that is because there is no regulation. I think in the UK, we have a real opportunity on the regulatory front to be innovative in that regard. So I think those are the two things, the focus and the regulatory innovation that we should be focused on. Conference, I urge you to vote in favour of this motion. It's fantastic that we're talking about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris. Can I ask Guy Palmer from Wandsworth to please stand by? And I now call Brandon Massey from Reading, who wishes to speak in favour of the motion and both amendments. He's in favour of everything.
Hello again, conference. When speaking on Saturday, I said I wasn't an engineer in response to Luke Taylor. However, what I didn't say that I'm a physicist that ends up being mistaken as an electrical engineer. But I digress. I am proud, as a young person and a new physics graduate, that two of our best organisations, the Young Liberals and LibStem, have raised important issues facing the space sector. The fact that we need to review our space strategy urgently, given the changing defence and industrial landscape, and the concerns that many industrial voices have raised by the fact that the government is bringing the UK Space Agency to be run by ministers in DSIT, rather than the industrial leadership currently heading our independent UK Space Agency. This motion and the amendments raise the important technical expertise that the space sector currently has, and in particular, its crossover with other emerging technologies. My post-18 career has been filled with encountering these emerging technologies. During my degree in physics, exposed me to cutting-edge research into superconductors and antenna design that feed into the current considerations for making fusion power viable. And now, working in research and development, I am again seeing the cutting-edge research into advanced materials, optical infrastructure, and quantum communications that are providing the foundation for our next generation of space launch capability. Now, I do not work in an SME, but through my experience, I can confidently say that identifying these novel technologies with industry leaders and how these feed into a new space strategy would certainly unleash our businesses into being world leaders in the space industry. Conference, back this motion, back both amendments, and let us again highlight that it is the Liberal Democrats that are the party that scientists and industry can trust, and that when it comes down to it, it will be Liberals who can unleash our emerging sectors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brandon. Can I ask Chris Lomax from Lambeth to please stand by? And I now call Guy Palmer from Wandsworth, who is very much in favour of Amendment 1.
Conference, I'm not going to say that I feel spaced out, but I am a little bit tired. We've had an excellent debate on this amendment. We've heard how our space sector is already one of the fastest growing parts of our economy, attracting billions in investment and supporting industries that touch every part of our lives. We've also heard that this success is not just about rockets and satellites. It's about people. It's about the researchers and the students in our universities who are driving innovation and the partnerships that turn bright ideas into world-leading industries that elevate Britain on the global technological arena. Speakers reminded us of the pioneering work at Surrey and elsewhere, proof that when universities, industry and government come together, we create jobs, exports and growth that benefits the entire country. But we were also warned that without investment, the skills and training, this success cannot be sustained. That is exactly why this amendment matters. It strengthens the motion by making clear that if we want Britain to lead in space, we must also back our universities, our researchers, and our future engineers. So let's be ambitious, let's recognise the achievements already made, and let's commit to building on them. I urge conference to support this amendment and the motion as a whole, and in doing so, to back growth, skills, and Britain's future leadership in space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guy. Can I ask Jamie Stone to please stand by? And I now call Chris Lomax from Lambeth, who is in favour of Amendment 2.
I also speak as Chair of LibStem. Conference, as Tim Clement-Jones mentioned, the independence of the UK Space Agency is one of the reasons for its success, providing clear specialist functions and a shop window to the UK space industry. The savings by subsuming it into a wider government department are not a given, as they may be offset by losses in capacity and reach. This is not just a debate about costs, but about returns. Let me deal with some of the issues raised in the debate in the hall and on the planet now rising over my left shoulder. First, agency staff knew of the change in absorption into DSIT. Yes, this has been reported outside, but this does not mean that it is the best option. It is rather a sad reflection on diminished aspirations of post-Brexit British governments so far. It seems ministers may indeed need a mechanism to invoke audit and constructive reorganisation in agencies at arm's reach. And we as Liberal Democrats should consider how better to do this without taking the whole agency in-house. Space is a critical national infrastructure sector, a key part of the government's industrial strategy, growing 10% a year. It is real and it's happening now, with two proud and growing Scottish companies making recent announcements. Orbex, as mentioned by Neil, plan to deploy at Sutherland Spaceport, and they're pre-selected for ESA's European Launcher Challenge. Skyrora, a launch vehicle developer, secured its first UK launch licence just last month, and they plan to use the Saxavord Spaceport in the Shetland Islands, located on Unst. Put in context, starting small is okay. Chris agreed. The provision of smaller modular launch facilities also provides diversity and considerably de-risks projects. This does not mean that only small satellites may be launched, as there is, in future, the opportunity for assembly in orbit. Zoe alluded to this, and as chair of LibStem, I support also the mention of, reinforced by Harvey and Ben, of the opportunities for young engineers. The Satellite Applications Catapult was one of the first catapults set up during the coalition at the behest of Vince Cable. Its ongoing mission to seek new technologies and frontiers. Now, it is 2 steps removed from the department via Innovate UK. So if the model works for this innovation body, it seems really strange that it cannot be made to work for the space agency itself. Now, on to the future EU participation in satellite schemes mentioned by Ian. We open the door to participation in Amendment 2, but are not conclusive on the depth of involvement. This would need negotiation with the other members. Participation opens the opportunities for the UK space industry, and we also bring benefits to Europe ourselves, not just in the British space sector and future launch capabilities, but to British overseas territories for diversity of ground station locations, for example. On IRIS-2, the UK, Norway and Ukraine have been welcomed to potentially join the programme in the future through commercial agreements or full membership. The door isn't closed. Now, Zoe mentioned Surrey and Ollie Oxford, Ben Cornwall. It's important we champion other important UK space sector locations, even those who don't yet have Lib Dem MPs, such as the University of Leicester and National Space Centre, Southampton, Strathclyde, Edinburgh and Glasgow, as Harvey mentioned. Conference. The bigger dilemma of parliamentary oversight of department budgets is not resolved simply by swelling departments themselves. That is for a future debate. Please support both amendments to rightly retain the prowess of this important UK industry and encourage international participation in satellite and space partnerships. Allow British companies to engage and succeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris, and we have now come to the final frontier of this debate at conference. I call our wonderful MP for the Highlands, Jamie Stone.
Thank you very much indeed. Good morning, conference. It is a pleasure to join you here today because this is a subject, as many colleagues know, is close to my heart. It is very clear that the UK space industry has a great future. We've heard how public investment in space could generate strong returns, create high-value jobs, cutting-edge manufacturing and scientific breakthroughs. And our world-leading position in Earth observation, 5G, AI and quantum computing are well placed to make sure that we lead in this sector. But, as Tim Clement-Jones touched on, Brexit has changed the landscape. The exclusion from Galileo has made it quite clear that we can no longer rely on others. Losing access to satellite navigation, if only for a few days, will cost us billions. And it's not only about economic impact. There is a national security imperative as well. As my friend and colleague Ollie Glover pointed out, when he opened this motion, we simply cannot let our country's forces fall behind as a consequence of a lack of dependable support for space. So that is why our party believes that the government needs to do far more. It must review and renew the 2021 National Space Strategy and designate the space industry as a strategic industry. This has been emphasized by so many speakers this morning. We must incentivize international investment, and what's more, and it'll come as no surprise to the conference here when we say this, we must empower the possibilities of spaceport initiatives in Scotland. I think of Unst, has been mentioned by the previous speaker, and indeed Sutherland in my own constituency. And I do thank the speakers for, I've touched on several. Zoe Franklin emphasized particularly strongly the point about the involvement of the universities. And again, going back to Tim Clement-Jones, the absorption of the space agency into a civil service morass is just simply not good enough. I'm indebted to Mr. Harvey Jones for pointing out that just the sheer size of Scotland's contribution, over 1/5 of all UK space jobs and leads in satellite manufacturing is in Scotland, data analysis and research. And the planned spaceports in the Far North and South, it's easy to say that we are poised to become a launch pad, not just for rockets, but for innovation, investment, and, importantly, green jobs. As a proud Highlander, I could not let this opportunity pass to mention that horror of depopulation, of people leaving Shetland or my constituency. And the space opportunity here can really enthuse our young and give them hope for the future. Superb employment jobs and in remote parts of the country. And finally, I do want to thank the Young Liberals for bringing this motion forward. It's about the future. But the future is much closer than that. It's a strategic sector underpinning our economy, security, environment, and global competitiveness. We must now seize this opportunity and run with it. And since we've had various references to popular space films and the like, I cannot but leave you with this final quote, both for the space sector and for our party, to infinity and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamie. We are now going to be moving to a series of votes. I'd like to thank all of our speakers. I was able to call everybody who put in a card, so if you're worried about the balance of the debate, don't blame me, everybody was in favour of it. Firstly, we are going to vote on Amendment 1. So the online vote is now open. Can I see in the hall all those in favour of Amendment 1, please? Okay, thank you very much. And can I see all those against? Okay, and I'm just checking the online. Yes, Amendment 1 has passed NEMCON. I'm now going to take the vote on Amendment 2. So again, in the hall, all those of you in favour? Thank you very much. Any against? And that's NEMCON as well. So we move to the motion as amended. Can I see all those in favour, please? Thank you very much. And all those against? And while entirely reflecting the balance of the debate, that has passed NEMCON as well. So, well done everybody involved. I would like to thank my aide, Matthew Palmer, and my aide in the hall, Alison Jenner. And I now hand over to Simon McGrath, who will be chairing the next session.
If you could leave the hall quickly and quietly, please. Good morning, conference, and welcome to item F43 towards a ceasefire and political resolution in Sudan. We've got one amendment on this, which you'll find in Conference Daily, and you'll find the text of the motion in the agenda. I'd like to ask Richard Ford to stand by to move the amendment, and I now call Monica Harding, who's the MP for Esher.
Thank you, Conference. Sudan's civil war is the largest humanitarian catastrophe in the world. The scale of suffering there almost defies comprehension. 30 million people in need of assistance, 8 million people at risk of famine, 14 million displaced. 94,000 cases of cholera and rising. For Sudan's women and girls, sexual violence has become endemic. Yet as this crisis deepens, Sudan's war is largely forgotten, which is why this motion, Conference, is essential. By supporting it today, we can show that we have not forgotten the Sudanese people, and that Britain must do more to bring an end to the violence and that humanitarian aid reaches those in need. At present, the UN Sudan's response plan is less than a quarter funded, and Trump's closure of USAID is starting to have dire impacts on relief organisations, and our own humanitarian contribution is inadequate. And the Labour government's decision to ape the policies of the Conservatives and Trump in slashing our aid budget will make it impossible to maintain even the current levels of support. And that is why the current aid cuts must be reversed and why the government must provide a timeline for returning to the 0.7% target, a cherished goal of our party for half a century, finally achieved when, and only when, we were in government. Conference, I want to make clear the scale of suffering in Sudan. El Fasher, a city in North Darfur, is under siege, with all humanitarian aid blockaded for more than a year. Famine conditions were first confirmed last August. The city's last functioning hospital has been bombed 30 times. They are feeding their patients, many children, with animal feed. Residents have a choice: stay and risk being bombed and starved, or run and risk being killed, robbed, or sexually assaulted. Britain must step up. Britain has a unique diplomatic role pursuing an end to the conflict. And as the United Nations Security Council's penholder on Sudan, we have a particular responsibility for building the diplomatic consensus necessary to end this war. The UN arms embargo currently covers only the Darfur region, but that embargo must be extended to cover the whole country, and our government must lead the diplomatic work to secure international agreement on that. That is essential if we are to stop the torrent of weapons flooding into Sudan from outside nations. And so too must we crack down on the illicit trade in gold, which is currently bankrolling the warring parties in Sudan. The UK government has sanctioned just 2 individuals related to this trade. It must expand those sanctions. And as committed champions of international law, it is also vital that we do all we can to implement those protections for civilians and aid workers which constitute the cornerstone principles for the laws of war. And that is why I welcome the amendment to this motion, which calls on the government to develop international consensus on ways to safeguard humanitarian workers in the conflict. We must also recognise, Conference, that Britain's unfailing support for the independent fact-find mission is essential. In this war, there is no good side. A military victory for the RSF or the SAF will be a loss for the people of Sudan. The only future must be one under civilian leadership, and this can only come about via a political process. Sudan's people deserve the kind of democratic future that has been repeatedly stolen from them by military leaders and cynical outside actors, and Britain has an indispensable role to play in helping achieve that future by driving diplomatic process, protecting civilians, upholding international law, and leading on the delivery of humanitarian aid. I urge conference to pass this motion and its amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monica. Will Becky Tinsley stand by? And I now call Richard Ford, who is the MP for Honiton and Sidmouth.
The war in Sudan is being ignored. In the last year, of all media reporting of armed conflicts around the world, Sudan accounted for less than 1% of the coverage. That was in spite of the catastrophic death toll, which most accounts put at tens of thousands. The announcement back in April this year by the British government of an additional £120 million for Sudan was very welcome. It should reach over 600,000 people with nutrition, water and sanitation. But that £120 million figure is similar to the £121 million reportedly paid 2 years ago to shareholders of the UK companies contracted to run asylum accommodation in the UK. Official development assistance goes so much further when it is spent in a conflict-affected region than it does when spent on hotel bills in the UK. Of all the horrors of the conflict that go largely unreported by the world's media, some of the most abhorrent are those involving the deliberate targeting of humanitarian workers. Since April 2023, more than 120 humanitarian staff have been killed in Sudan while trying to deliver life-saving aid. In April last year, we saw appalling attacks on the Zamzam and Abu Shouk camps. Hundreds of civilians were killed, and at least 12 aid workers were murdered. And in May, a hospital in El Obeid was targeted. It is one of the 80% of health facilities in Sudan's conflict-affected area that no longer functions. In June this year, a convoy of 15 trucks from UNICEF and the World Food Programme came under attack in North Darfur. 5 people were killed and 4 trucks were destroyed. Those trucks were carrying 100 tons of food and medicine designed to get to the families in El Fasher that Monica described are now having to eat animal fodder. Attacks on aid workers are not isolated to Sudan. 2024 was the deadliest year on record to be a humanitarian worker. 383 were killed worldwide. And 2025 is on track to be as bad or worse. Amendment 1 would require the government to prioritise pressing warring parties to protect humanitarian workers. And that is why I encourage you to support this amendment and to support the motion as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Would Charlie Maynard stand by? And I now call Becky Tinsley. Becky is from Kensington and Chelsea and is the founder of 2 charities that work in Africa.
I visited Sudan in 2004 at the height of the Darfur genocide, and I met a young woman called Hawa, who urged me to take a message to the rest of the world. Hawa said, "Please take the guns away from the people who are killing us." We didn't. And because we didn't, those same militias who were eliminating Hawa's people because of their ethnicity 20 years ago, they're still at it, but now they've turned on each other, bombing civilians with impunity, wrecking hospitals systematically, executions, torture, using food and rape as weapons of war, and deliberately targeting the incredibly brave Sudanese who are running neighborhood kitchens throughout this disaster. But it is wrong to think that this is merely a battle for Sudan's resources. What's really happening is that the warring militias and the countries backing them, the United Arab Emirates, Russia, Iran, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, they have a fanatical hatred of democratic, secular, pluralist civil society. Their priority is utterly self-interested. It is in crushing any sign of democracy in a Muslim country because of the precedent it would set, which is why they undermined Sudan's popular revolution of 2019, when the old corrupt Islamist regime was turfed out by the people. Now, one side, the Sudanese armed forces, have promised Moscow a Red Sea naval base if they prevail in this fight. You would think that the prospect of Russia menacing the Suez Canal might command the international community's attention, wouldn't you? You might also think that the many Sudanese who are waiting in Calais to cross the Channel might jolt the British government into action. Yet, at the UN recently, the UK merely urged all states to refrain from external interference in Sudan. So why isn't the United Kingdom joining America, yes, the Trump administration, in targeting the men with guns with personal targeted smart sanctions? It is because we are supplicants to these distasteful Gulf tyrants. We launder their money and we sell them weapons. The UK is, let's be honest, an agreeable place for Gulf autocrats to educate their children and have cosmetic surgery and sports wash their loot. But do we really think that they would swap Knightsbridge for Nizhny Novgorod or Chengdu if we tell them to stop arming Sudan's militias? That is why it is important that Liberal Democrats speak out on Sudan, because the other parties won't. And I want to thank Monica Harding and Jeremy Purvis and Ed Davey for raising Sudan in Parliament. So in closing, I owe Hawa an apology because the international community is still doing nothing to take the guns away from the men who are killing her people. Hawa's town in Darfur, a place called El Janina I visited, where 30,000 civilians have been killed in just the last 2 years. It's been attacked repeatedly, so I doubt that Hawa is still alive. But Britain's Sudanese diaspora will care that Liberal Democrats pass this resolution. And believe me, so will millions of brave Sudanese civilians.
Thank you very much, Becky, for that very powerful speech. I'd like to ask David Chalmers to stand by and call Charlie Maynard, who is the MP for Witney.
Good morning, everyone. I'm talking in support of this motion. I want to talk about ways that we can help, as a country, reduce the suffering in Sudan. They're all trade-related and they're all quite action-oriented. As mentioned, the illicit gold trade is roughly funds half of the Sudanese civil war. That gold is illicitly exported up to the UAE, which acts as the key trading hub. The UAE has got good delivery standards, which are entirely voluntary. We need to be putting much more pressure on the UAE to bring Sudanese blood gold into the licit gold trade system, i.e. if it's illicit, it mustn't be in there, and they must be enforcing that. And we should be using the London Bullion Market Association, the Responsible Jewellery Council, as levers to go after stopping blood gold getting into that system. And we have another key way of going into that, which is the free trade agreement, which is currently being negotiated between the UK and the Gulf Cooperation Council. That's the 7 members in the Gulf, including the UAE. At the moment, blood gold is not under negotiation. It needs to be. And we should not be signing a free trade agreement with the GCC unless there is mandatory chain of custody certification for gold. While we're about it, we might want to put a human rights chapter in there too, which is also excluded. Sticking with the UAE, as reported by the New York Times and elsewhere, the UAE is supplying a lot of weapons into Sudan to the RSF. We sell hundreds of millions of pounds worth of weapons a year to the UAE. Irrespective of whether the UK's weapons are being channeled through the UAE into Sudan and being used there or not, the UAE is breaching our arms export controls by selling any weapons into a war zone like Sudan. So we should be putting much more pressure, questioning why our government and trying to prevent our government from selling weapons, any weapons, to the UAE if they insist on arming the RSF. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlie. Would Lord Johnny Oates stand by? And I now call David Chalmers. David is chair of our International Relations Committee.
Good morning, Conference. I would like to speak in favour of the motion and its amendment. This debate matters. For us as Liberal Democrats, internationalism is not an optional extra. It is who we are. And today we show that we care about what is happening in Sudan. Conference, Sudan is the forgotten conflict of our time, a famine, a genocide, the deliberate destruction of civilian life. It is the darkest spot on a world already on fire. Millions displaced, millions starving, children, women, whole communities under attack, and yet too often the world looks away. We cannot. Our international team, through FERC, has been working to make sure the ALDE party and our sister Liberal parties across Europe and the globe through Liberal International listen and take note of our position. We are guided by our values, respect for the rule of law and the international legal order, a defence of human rights and humanitarian access to those who need it, support for peace builders who are trying to end this war. Through FERC and our party delegations, we have endeavoured to carry our message into ALDE and Liberal International. It is not always easy. Views across our Liberal family are wide-ranging, but on this issue, we are united, determined to keep fighting on your behalf to make sure Liberals across Europe and the world call for an end to atrocities, for a ceasefire, and for accountability for war crimes. What we decide here today matters. Some of our sister parties are in government. They are in the room. They are listening. What we resolve today, we will take to the ALDE Congress in Brussels next month and to Liberal International in The Hague in November. So let us send a clear message. We will not look away. We will stand with the people of Sudan. We will work for peace. And we will uphold the liberal values that demand justice for us all. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, David. Would Brian Matthews stand by? And I now call Lord Johnny Oates.
Conference, a few years ago I had the opportunity with my colleague Jeremy Purvis to work with many brave people in Khartoum who were standing up against military tyranny and campaigning for a return to civilian rule. Tragically, their hopes were betrayed with the outbreak of a vicious conflict 2.5 years ago. The result, as we've heard, is a catastrophe on a scale even greater than Gaza. And without a ceasefire and a political settlement, that suffering will continue. The World Food Programme warns that a protracted famine is taking hold, and without emergency humanitarian assistance, hundreds of thousands will die of starvation. Over 1 in 3 children face severe acute malnutrition, and over half the population are acutely food insecure. Access to provide humanitarian relief to people in the greatest need is severely constrained by the warring parties, which are attacking food infrastructure. The UK needs to be willing to take greater risks to get medicines, food and emergency therapeutic supplements to the people in the most desperate need. That means being more open to supplying aid through local NGOs on the ground, which have the best chance of reaching the hardest areas. The UK needs to galvanise other nations to contribute more. As Monica said, the UN appeal for Sudan faces a massive shortfall, and the regional refugee response is just 8.5% funded. The failure to fund the regional refugee response is morally unacceptable, placing, as it does, huge burdens on neighbouring countries least able to bear them. It's also catastrophically short-sighted, as a failure to address the refugee crisis regionally is only likely to see migrant movements towards our borders and those of our partners. Lastly, on the accountability of the warring partners, particularly the deliberate use of hunger as a strategy in this conflict, the UK needs to ratify the amendment of Article 8 of the Rome Statute to include starvation as a war crime in the context of conflicts not of an international character. Conference, the silence and indifference of the world to the suffering of the Sudanese people is deafening. The leader of a delegation of Sudanese women which visited the UK Parliament recently said this to us: "We have the right also to live as human beings, but we are forgotten." Conference, support this motion and back Monica and Jeremy's excellent leadership in refusing to allow the Sudanese people to be forgotten.
Thank you very much. Would Lord Purvis stand by? And I now call Brian Matthew, who's the MP for Melksham and Devizes.
Thank you, Conference. 35 years ago, I was working in Sudan for a year and 2 months on the Niala El Junaina peri-urban water supply project. It was a Dutch-funded scheme, and I was with an outfit called Euroconsult. It was a challenging and at times dangerous assignment, but it was also fulfilling. It was fulfilling because of the people and their resilience, especially the women, who understood the intertribal tensions and insisted that women from every tribe were represented on the water kiosk committees. Just a few years ago, it was largely the women who took to the streets to depose the dreadful dictator, General Omar Bashir. There was great hope for peace and a democratic restart for the country. That hope was then cruelly snuffed out by the Sudanese army and their fight with the RSF. Bad actors, including the Russians and the Emiratis, have sought to profit from the chaos, while the people, especially the women, suffer the humiliation of rape, losing their homes and their loved ones to war, starvation, disease, and murder. As UN penholder for the Sudan and as the former colonial power, the people of Sudan look to us, and we must be there for them in their time of need. The motion and the amendment are fine as far as they go, but we need to go further. The UK must host a peace conference for all the parties to see the conflict and to ended and to see peace return. Rebuilding must begin then, and shame brought to those who will not participate in that conference. Salam alaikum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. I'd now like to call Lord Jeremy Purvis, who's our recently elected leader in the House of Lords.
I'm really proud to be a member of a party that at our conference we can debate this crisis. It's been a powerful debate, and thank you for all of those who contributed so eloquently. Richard, thank you for raising the humanitarian workers, and of course we support the amendment. Becky, thank you for your work over many years, and also with Johnny for highlighting the optimism that was there in 2019. I was there during the time. I can still remember being in the streets of Khartoum with the tear gas of the old regime. But as Brian said, the resilience and the strength of the young women were both an inspiration then and after the catastrophe of the humanitarian crisis remain an inspiration for us all. Charlie, thank you for raising the practical elements of blood gold and the trade that we need to see an end. And David, you're absolutely right that this is a forgotten conference, but sometimes I think that it's even worse than a forgotten conference, because it's not one that has passed that we forgot, it's one that we are ignoring now. And Monica, thank you very much for what you've been doing in the House of Commons and for opening this debate in such a powerful way, describing the horrors and the devastation that's there. The war crimes of RSF and the SAF denying the access of the support that the population needs. I've been to Sudan over 15 times over many years. In fact, I was there just a few days before the war started, and I had met the two generals, Burhan and Hameti, both now who are complicit in the terrible war crimes inflicted on the country. My heart bleeds for the Sudanese civilians who have been suffering. But I also have seething anger at the lack of the proper response for the world's worst humanitarian crisis and the man-made deliberate famine inflicted on the people there. The United Kingdom is the United Nations Security Council pen holder. But after the reshuffle, we still don't have clarity as to who our minister is for Africa to hold that pen. It is an outrage. We still are betraying the commitment for international development for the levels, as Monica said, that should exist. And also, the Disasters Emergency Committee, which is meant to coordinate all of our civilian work for responding to the humanitarian assistance, still has not had an appeal, and you go onto the DEC website and Sudan is not even mentioned at all. But we do need to look to the future, and this is what this resolution asks us to do, for a united Sudan with territorial integrity, avoiding the complicity of the third countries that are profiting from this conflict. There can be no military solution for this. There can only be a civilian-led solution, an end to the status quo, which is only perpetuating the suffering. There needs to be the humanitarian access and the protection of civilians. And finally, we need to enforce the resolutions that the UK has put forward to the United Nations. But we also need to expand the embargoes to reduce the impunity of those and to ensure that third countries are not perpetuating the conflict. Finally, conference, Sudan's future is for the Sudanese civilians. We have a moral duty in the United Kingdom. We also have a moral duty on the international stage to do what we can to ensure that those young people in 2019 that for many sacrificed their lives and put their friends and saw their friends and their families at risk in removing the old regime, we owe them a moral duty to support them for ending this war. Our MPs in the House of Commons and my colleagues in the House of Lords will continue to campaign for the UK to carry out our international duty, and I ask everyone attending this conference to go back to their areas and to lobby their MPs of whichever party for them to ensure that this is not an ignored conflict and we play our part for those civilians to bring it to an end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, we're going to move to a couple of votes. Could I see everybody in favour of Amendment 1, please? Could you put your cards up? Thank you. And online, that's fine. That's clearly carried. Thank you. Could I now see those in favour of the motion as a whole, as amended? Could you put your hands up? Thank you. You could put your hands down now, and we'll just wait for the online votes, which just take a moment to catch up. Apologies. Could I see any votes against Amendment 1? My apologies. Thank you. The online votes are clearly showing, and I haven't taken those against the motion as a whole. Could I see those against the motion as a whole, please? Thank you. The motion is clearly carried as amended. Thank you very much. We've had a very parliamentarian-heavy debate. I have called all the cards that were put in. I'd now like to thank my aide, Lucas North, my hall aide, Jenny Rigg, and hand over to Sam Barrett, who will be chairing F44, which is party business. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. It's a pleasure to be chairing this debate on amendments to standing orders. There's one drafting amendment for this motion that you'll be able to find on page 9 of Conference Daily, and as a reminder, as it's an amendment to standing orders, this will require a 2/3 majority to pass. Could I ask Charlie Husted to stand by, and I call Prue Bray from Woking Borough to move the motion.
I see the hall is a little more empty than it was just now. I have proposed this standing order amendment because I think the job of Federal Conference Committee is difficult enough to try and shoehorn everything into 4 days of party conference and even fewer days at spring conference. They can choose what to put on the agenda, which policy motions to take, who to have Q&A sessions with, and all the rest of it. The one thing they really have no control over is if a constitution or a standing order amendment is submitted, it has to be taken. Now that's kind of right and proper, and I don't want to do anything about the ability of any party bodies to submit amendments. But the bar to get one through is a 2/3 majority. And we have the same arrangements for individual members as we do for normal business motions, which is that 10 people need to sign up to submit something, and then it has to be taken. And I think the bar should be set a little higher, because we've seen in recent years a number of constitutional amendments and standing order amendments which are submitted, which have no hope of success at all. And so I'm proposing to change the limit from 10 people to 30, from 3 different local parties, to try and make sure that if individuals have things they want to submit, they can demonstrate that there is at least a reasonable level of support for them to get them debated. Because there's no point in wasting our time with things which are one person's hobby horse and they get their 9 friends to sign. The job of conference committee is difficult enough, but carving out time for things which have no hope of success is really a waste of everybody's time. So I hope this is a sensible, proportionate step to try and see whether we can just make sure that the things that come from local members are going to get the level of support that they need in the auditorium. And that's it, really. It's as simple as that.
Thank you very much, Prue. Could I ask Nathan Tarr to stand by, and I call Charlie Husted from Lambeth Borough to speak in favour of the motion.
Hello, Conference. I'm Charlie Husted. I am on FCC and a serial submitter of motions, a number of which haven't been able to be taken due to time in the past. We lose out on so much good policy that we see come through FCC, and that I've heard people talking about they've submitted, amendments that would make a real difference to people, because we end up having to discuss constitutional amendments on where commas are. I'm aware of the irony given the later thing. Tiny little niggling amendments to rules, to this little niche thing that somebody thinks will make a difference to some internal election somewhere. And at the end of the day, we're a party that's supposed to be about changing the nation, making the nation a better place to live in, making the nation somewhere where people want to be and want to stay. And it's a lot easier to do that if we can let the good policy that gets submitted, that you are submitting, that your friends and your fellow members are submitting, be heard at conference. So please vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlie. Could I ask Adam Belcher to stand by and I call Nathan Tarr to speak against the motion?
Thank you, Chair. Conference, we're here to discuss changing the party's standing orders to set a higher threshold. And I think there's some questions that should be asked. My first question is this: is setting a higher threshold going to stop the party having discussions on high important constitutional matters that may not meet this new threshold? I think it may be a case. The Constitution plays a key part in the governance of the party, and the standing orders play their part in laying down the rules and procedures of conference. And it is important that they are right. The second question is, what happens if someone thinks a constitutional amendment is needed in response to something that is of has the high legal implications, but the submission deadline is tight? Getting 30 people from at least 3 local parties may seem like a good idea, but I do question if it is. Assume you're in a local party that has 12 members, and the local party thinks the Constitution needs changing because they have identified an issue with it. Now, you may say, ask people from neighbouring local parties to help back it. But what if all the neighbours in, say, a 30-kilometre radius also are small and the threshold still isn't met? Then you're stuck. Well, this may be a situation with a 1 in quadrillion chance of happening. It is important the party stays flexible. I'll be fair, it's a well-intended motion, but it is a motion that could put the party unintentionally in a constitutional and procedural straitjacket. I think we do need to maintain flexibility in our standing orders and our Constitution, and on that basis, I would suggest that this motion is rejected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I ask Christina Noel to stand by and I call Adam Belcher from Wakefield to speak in favour of the motion?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Conference, our time here is really precious. It's just 6 days a year, and they're some of my favourite days of the year, right? It's Lib Dem Christmas, basically. I therefore don't like having my time wasted here. Now, in an ideal world, of course, every member would be able to move any constitutional amendment that they wanted to, assuming that everybody's acting in good faith. But on Saturday morning, we rejected a motion identical to one that we rejected in York 2 years ago, and which went completely against our proud support of LGBT rights that we reaffirmed in Harrogate just 6 months ago. So I had to get up at 8 a.m. To vote for the Move to Next Business, which I would quite like to have had a lie-in. And putting this in the most diplomatic way that I can, I suspect that the movers of that motion anticipated that it would go that way, but decided to waste our time anyway. So unfortunately, someone's decided to take the mick a little bit, and that implicit trust that we should have has been broken. So regrettably, I'm going to ask you to vote in favour of this standing order amendment. Let's protect our precious time at conference, please. Thank you.
Could I ask John Grout to stand by and I call Christina Noel to speak in favour of the motion?
Thank you, Conference. I'm here to speak obviously in favour of this motion, and I want to remind us of how well we've done already. In the last 2 local elections, we placed second both times. In the most recent general election, we won ourselves 72 amazing parliamentarians and are now the third largest parliamentary party in the country. Considering this, we have to look larger than we currently are. Considering how many massive victories we've gotten, it is obvious that the rules will need some changing and adjustments. This does just that. I would like to thank first Nathan for his concerns and for the addressed comments, but as Adam brilliantly pointed out for us, some members are not using it the exact same way. While we would love to have infinite time to discuss all of the concerns that people have, as Nathan did emphasize, the concerns brought up have a low chance of being major. This amendment fixes these issues and helps to further us into a major party with significant backing. As Prue brilliantly pointed out for us, the FCC has a hard enough job, and forcing them to bring us here and have large debates on what a minority of members with a pet theory of a concern with the Constitution is not beneficial towards our time or our party. The major decision-making documents of a party are very important, and if there is a significant error in our Constitution, it will be more than just 10 members, most likely more than just 30 members, as I can already count more than 30 of you in the hall today. If there was a significant issue with the Constitution, I can imagine that more than just the 30 people here in that section would be in favor of this, and would be in favor of changing that issue. So, conference, I urge you to vote in favor of this motion that seeks to modernize our already massive and successful party to be able to fix the gaping hole of issues that have been used by members in the past, as we saw on Saturday, to damage our party. I urge you to vote in favor of this amendment.
Thank you very much. Could I ask Imogen Shepherd-Debay to stand by and I call John Grout from Reading Party to speak in favour of the motion?
Morning, conference. I spoke yesterday and made reference to my conference bingo card, and I'm pleased to say it's filling up nicely. One thing that strikes me about this is I think we need to keep this general. There's already been mention of the entertainment we had first thing Saturday morning, and I do notice that that had more than 40 signatures. So even if this was in place, we would still have had that to look forward to at the start of conference. I do think, however, that this does have merit, and I would urge you to support it. I've noticed over the last 10 years or so of conferences that I've been attending, we've spent about 8 hours of conference time on constitutional and standing order amendments, most of which have not passed or have passed overwhelmingly. That suggests that the conference has been dominated by motions either for standing orders or conference amendments that were either always going to pass or always going to fail. A lot of those that were always going to fail would not have met this threshold, and that would have been time that we could have spent speaking about the wonderful policy motions that Charlie and others have spoken about, and which every 6 months, reliably as clockwork, when Nick publishes his list of motions accepted and motions rejected and reasons why not, invariably there's a lot of them that look really good that were not taken due to lack of time. I hope this argument makes itself. Please vote in favour of this amendment.
Thank you very much, John. Could I now call Imogen Shepherd-Debay to summate the motion as a whole?
Good afternoon, conference. Obviously, this is an amendment to change our currently 10 membership to 30 membership to make sure we indicate there is a broader support for any amendments to conference to the constitutional standing orders. Prue Bray proposed that the job of Federal Conference Committee is that it cannot choose constitutional standing order amendments. They have to be heard. So the bar needs to be set higher, is what she's arguing, which is where the 30 members from 3 different parties is what's being suggested. And it would demonstrate a broad support before conference has to debate it. Charlie Hastad explained that they were frustrated with the policies being submitted, but not having enough time at conference to talk about them, and is concerned about niche amendments which keeps the Federal Conference Committee busy, which have to be heard. So let the good policies be submitted and heard. Nathan, who was against this amendment asks question on concerns of important items that may not meet the threshold and is concerned how it might affect smaller parties who don't have the member numbers to get the 30 threshold. Adam Belcher was concerned about the amendments being submitted on repeat and wasting conference time. Christina Noel was in favour, but felt our new rules need to be adjusted for us to grow as a party. This amendment fixes some of these issues, and significant problems would be raised with our constitution would be raised by more than 30 people. John Kraut keeping things general and suggested that the Saturday morning amendment that got rejected very overwhelmingly had more than 40 members of support. He believed that over 8 hours of amendments, most of which were decided by simply yes or no, were good motions are not being heard due to lack of time. And with that, please support this motion, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for your pithy remarks. We've managed to call all the cards we had submitted on this debate, which is fantastic. I'm now going to move to a vote on the motion as a whole, including the draft amendment, which I mentioned is on page 9 of Conference Daily. As a reminder, we need a 2/3 majority for this to be passed. Could I please see cards in the hall? Everybody in favour of the motion? And all those against? I'm just going to check with online. That's overwhelmingly carried. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Fraser Graham, my aide, Councillor Nick DeCosta, my hall aide, and hand you now to Cara Jenkinson for our next session. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Conference, and welcome to F45, which is another constitutional amendment relating to reporting to Conference. You can find the motion in the agenda on page 95 to 98. The FCC has agreed, and the proposers have agreed to a minor drafting amendment to the motion to delete line 53. And we've got one amendment to the motion and 2 separate votes, which is quite a lot for a 20-minute session. You can find the amendment and the separate votes on page 9 and 10 of Conference Daily. The first separate vote relates to lines 51 to 52, and the second to lines 88 to 90. As a reminder, it's a constitutional amendment, so it does require a 2/3 majority to be passed. I now ask Mike Cox to stand by and call Duncan Brack to move the motion.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Conference. Thank you, Cara. What a great morning this is. Another enthralling constitutional amendment. And for added excitement, a standing orders amendment as well. Now, I want you to put your hand up if you were around for the very first conference of this party in September 1988. Okay, that makes me feel really old, but I'm not the only one. Good. So those of us, there's a very small number of us who were there, might remember that right back at the start of the party, just 4 committees reported regularly to Conference. The Federal Executive, which is the forerunner of the Federal Board, the Finance and Administration Committee, the Policy Committee, and the Conference Committee. But then we started adding reports from the parliamentary parties and the Commons and the Lords, from the International Relations Committee, from the European Parliamentary Party after we won MEPs, the Campaign for Gender Balance, the Racial Diversity Campaign, the Federal Council. In 2016, the Governance Review created a plethora of new committees: Communications and Elections, People Development, Finance and Resources, Audit and Scrutiny. Most of them are supposed to report through the Federal Board, but they have their own sections in the reports documents, which has sometimes created confusion about who you put a question to when it relates to their work. And if you read the Constitution carefully, you'll notice that Article 8.7 requires the Communications and Elections Committee and the International Relations Committee to report to conference through the Federal Board, while Article 6.5 requires them both to report independently. Conference plays a vital role in holding these committees to account and giving party members a chance to question them, and if necessary to express the disagreement with anything committees do by voting whether or not to accept these reports. But the current system could clearly be improved. Lines of accountability are blurred, the Constitution is in places contradictory, and there's no obvious mechanism to separate out questions relating to key decisions that committees have taken from questions just asking for information, which is not necessarily a great use of conference time. So our aim as Conference Committee in submitting this set of constitutional amendments was to sort all this out. And you can see the objectives we agreed in lines 14 to 34. Mainly to clarify and rationalise the system so that it works better and more transparently, and to ensure that everyone is clear about which bodies report and how frequently and to which conference. So what we're proposing is that the three key committees, the Board, the FPC and the FCC, together with the parliamentary parties, will still report to each conference, while all other committees will report just to the autumn conference, releasing a bit more time for policy debates at spring, as was mentioned in the last debate. Our amendments clarify which bodies report through the board and which independently. They tidy up the various references to other reports scattered throughout the Constitution. For example, the FPC's Policy Development Programme, or the board's follow-up to the General Election Review, and they make it clear where they fit into the reporting obligations. We are deleting entirely the provision for a president's report separate from their report as chair of the Federal Board. Much as we love the president, there's a limit to the number of times we need to listen to them. As you can see from lines 43 to 45, we also intend to organise additional question and answer sessions outside the auditorium for all committees and subcommittees on a rolling basis, so that party members can question them more directly and in more depth. The motion also instructs the Federal Board to set up a mechanism to allow party members to interact with committees more easily throughout the year. And the very minor standing order amendment at the end just clarifies the different categories of party business. Earlier this year, we carried out 2 stages of consultation with all the bodies affected by these changes. They are, of course, Liberal Democrats, so we didn't get unanimous agreement, but there was broad support, and no one signalled any particular unhappiness. We're happy to accept Amendment 1. The board was not initially convinced of the need to clarify reporting on the complaints process, but eventually, after the deadline for motions, they did agree, and therefore submitted their own amendment. Conference, the obligations on committees to report to conference and to have their reports voted for, or not, is an essential part of the party democracy. And through these constitutional amendments, we think we can improve them. Please vote for the motion and Amendment 1 and reject the separate votes. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Duncan. Could I ask Michael Berwick-Gooding to stand by? And I now call Councillor Mike Cox.
Conference, fellow Liberal Democrats. This main motion is all about improving the way that the various bits of the party report to conference so that there is a more meaningful accountability. It will also allow for a more nimble accountability outside of conference so that party members don't have to wait 6 months until the next conference to question those of us who are on committees and party bodies. This small amendment does the same for the complaints process. It is very important indeed that the party has a strong, robust and independent complaints process. For the last few years, much more professional arrangements have been introduced, brilliantly led, I have to say, by our colleagues on the disciplinary subgroup and the senior adjudicators team. This process is now playing its proper role in the functioning of our party. Like any good process, the complaints process is constantly learning, and this allows for it to do so in a routine way in real time, whilst ensuring it is still accountable to party members through the Federal Board, which reports here and which you can question, as well as through this new second mechanism of publishing a report on how the system is performing to members on the party website, which should help in holding it to account. Conference, this amendment extends the general principle of this main motion to the very important complaints process, and we ask for you to endorse it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Could I ask Jeremy Hargreaves to stand by, and I now call Michael Berwick-Gooding.
Good morning, Conference. I would like Conference to vote against lines 51 to 52 and lines 88 to 90. This amendment in lines 51 to 52 removes the requirement that the Federal People Development Committee notify Conference when it changes the rules of the supporters scheme. The whole motion removes the requirement of the Federal People Development Committee to report to Conference. I had submitted an amendment so that the Federal Board, who will be brought into Conference on behalf of the FPDC, should report to Conference when the rules of the supporters scheme are changed. But it was not selected for debate. The FCC believe that instead of sorting this out now, we should have separate lines on lines 51 to 52, and if they are removed from this motion, they will come back to Conference with an alternative amendment. Please reject the reduction in reporting to Conference. Please vote against lines 51 to 52. What this motion is deleting in line 88 is the FPC shall submit an annual report for approval or amendment to Conference at its autumn meeting on its programme of policy development, which was first introduced into the Constitution by the Constitutional Review following the 1992 general election. I believe that after 1994, we did discuss FPC's programme of policy development, and it was able to be amended. But others have a different memory of what went on, and some people say it never happened. But what we're doing with this part of the motion is removing the possibility of amending this programme. Now, we could have done it differently, and we could have kept the idea of being able to amend this programme and did it that way. And therefore, I'm suggesting that if we delete lines 88 to 90, we can then look again at this section and see if we really want to keep the idea of Conference being able to amend the programme of policy development, which I think would be a good thing because Conference is sovereign, and if they bring just a report, we don't have the flexibility that we would if it was a motion that we could amend. So I'd like you to vote against lines 51 to 52 and lines 88 to 90. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Could I ask Nick DaCosta to stand by, and I now call Jeremy Hargreaves, who will be summating on Amendment 1.
Conference, there hasn't been any opposition to Amendment 1, and so I hope you may approve it because it does, as was set out by Mike, improve and streamline the way of doing things, and as well as introducing a new mechanism for the board to report to members by reporting any changes and updates on the complaint system and indeed its performance in a report on the party website. So I hope you will support that. I wanted just, if I may, to comment on some of the points made by Michael Berwick-Gooding just now. I think I agree absolutely with everything that Michael has said about the FPC should be accountable to Conference. We love being accountable to Conference. Unlike almost every other committee, virtually everything we discuss ends up on the floor of Conference for you to debate and reject or amend or approve, and we spent pretty much the whole of the last 4 days doing that, so we love doing that. In addition, we do always submit from FPC a full report to Conference, which contains the list of future working groups, which sets up there. And there is a mechanism, and if Conference doesn't like that, it is absolutely open to Conference to seek to reject that report, or to amend it, or indeed to ask us questions, or to change it in any way it wants to do that. I think the issue is that at the moment that the requirement for FPC to report the programme of working groups to Conference exists in 2 separate places in the Constitution. And what this does is to refer to the other, so that we don't have 2 separate mechanisms doing the same thing, which seems to me sensible. So I hope you will vote for the proposals in the original motion for that item. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jeremy. I now call on Councillor Nick de Costa to summate the motion.
Thank you very much, Conference, and thank you for the contributions in the debate. I want to thank Duncan and the Federal Conference Committee's Constitution and Standing Orders Working Group for their work on this. In fact, that working group was probably the most popular of all the FCC members, which shows how keen we are on constitutions and standing orders. I want to draw out a few key points which go to the heart of why this matters. This amendment matters. Firstly, accountability. We want to ensure that we are not reducing scrutiny, actually make it clearer for our members. Members will know which body reports when they report, and where they can be held to account. Second, it's about making Spring Conference better for all of us. Members come here because they want to debate policy, to have their voices heard on the big issues of the day. And at present, Spring Conference is unfortunately taken up by quite a lot of procedural business, which doesn't necessarily add real value. Let's not forget, alongside this tidying up, we're strengthening scrutiny by adding in new Q&A sessions outside the hall, where members will have direct personal access to committees more than ever before. On the separate votes conference here, we need to be firm. On lines 51 to 52, unfortunately, the premise of the mover is incorrect. The proposal is simply to remove the constitutional obligation for the board to remind every conference that the regulations for the registered supporter scheme exist. And let's be clear, it's not what the board is saying from the podium, it's not about saying that there is a change to them, it's being forced to reprint potentially the same notice in the board's report, conference after conference. And the regulations are already published on the website, accessible to any member at any time. No other set of regulations is treated in this way, and there's no good reason to single this one out. Keeping this requirement achieves nothing. It clutters the Constitution, wastes time and paper, and adds no real value for members. On lines 88 to 90, the case is even stronger. The Constitution currently suggests that Conference must vote on the FPC's policy development programme, and that in theory we could add or remove policy working groups on the floor of Conference. That may sound superficially democratic, but in reality it is unworkable and would actively undermine good policy making. The FPC has to plan its programme years in advance to set up working groups, commission papers, and engage with individuals and members. To pretend that Conference can chop and change that on the fly is not just unrealistic, it would make it impossible for the FPC to do its job. And let's be clear, Conference has never voted on the programme in this way. The schedule of policy papers has always been presented as part of the FPC report. The real substantive way that Conference influences the policy development is through regular policy review debates. We saw that yesterday. We saw members engaging directly, making their voices heard, and shaping the programme. That is how it should be done. So again, please reject both separate vote requests. Let's not entrench anomalies that have never worked in practice and would damage policy making and governance. Conference at root, this motion is about clarity, consistency, and freeing up time for debates that matter. It protects scrutiny, it strengthens accountability, and it tidies up the Constitution so that it works for members and not against them. So my ask is simple. Please vote for the amendment and the secondary amendment and oppose both of the separate vote requests. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Nick, and we'll now move to a series of votes. So first, we'll vote on the amendment and secondary amendment to the standing orders. Can I see all cards in favour of the amendment? And all those against? Just check the online. And that is clearly carried. We now move to a vote on the two separate votes. So we start off with the first separate vote that relates to lines 51 and 52. Can I see all cards in favour of removing those lines now? Thank you. Okay. And all those in favour of retaining those lines? Thank you. Those lines are clearly retained. That is true on the online vote as well. And we now move to the second separate to 90. Can I see all cards in favour of removing lines 88 to 90? Thank you. And can I see all those in favour of retaining those lines? Thank you. Those lines are very clearly retained. Finally, we'll vote on the amendment as amended. So could I please see all cards in favour now? That does require a 2/3 majority. And all those against? That is very clearly carried. Thank you. Thank you to my aide, Chris Mains, and my hall aide, Lucas North. My hall aide, and I now hand over to Lucas North, who is chairing the motion F46. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference, and welcome to the debate on F46, this constitutional amendment. You will find it on pages 99 to 101 of the printed agenda. You can also find it in the Conference app. There is one amendment on this motion, which you can find in Conference Extra or in Conference Daily on page 10. I would now like to call Jeremy Hargreaves to propose the motion and also Amendment 1.
Friends, I hope you've got your brushes and mops handy, and for the more excited of you, perhaps also your rubber gloves, for another 10 minutes of spring cleaning and tidying up the Constitution. This motion doesn't raise any major questions of principle, but it simply aims to tidy up some other elements of the Constitution which are out of date, slightly unclear or contradictory, or have unintentionally caused some confusion. As the motion itself points out, a more detailed rationale for the changes is in the board's published report to Conference, and most of them are really very minor, so I won't aim to go through them all here in detail before you. I'm sure you'll be pleased to hear. But to give you just a few highlights, some of the more significant points are these. It puts mayoral candidates on the same footing as other senior candidates in ensuring they can be a member of the local party where they're standing, which is surely really rather overdue. For the posts which the board itself appoints only, so doesn't interfere with elections made by party members, it allows for caring or compassionate leave from a role and to appoint a temporary cover person. It removes the now obsolete provision for the federal board to set up a smaller subcommittee to lead its work following the major reform a couple of years ago, which cut the size of the board itself by about 2/3. And it clarifies the confusion which has arisen in the 6-month attendance rule for members of federal committees. The motion, sadly, removes references to our MEPs following Brexit and also references to the now obsolete previous system of AOs and SAOs, not to be confused with the new system of AOs. It removes a possible issue about agreeing our finances if we should ever have to cancel autumn conference again, the forced cancellation of conferences being something the current federal board has become much more of an expert in than we ever wanted to be. It covers much more clearly to a recent development, which I think is very welcome. Historically, the federal board has elected various members of various committees, which we all in this room know are very important, but sadly very few people outside this room have ever heard of. Some of these are relatively high-profile political roles, for example, the chair of FCEC, and it's right for board members to make a clear political choice about those roles, so it doesn't affect that. But many of these roles are ones where a high level of competence and experience is a much more important factor than making a political choice. Things like being a member of our Audit and Scrutiny Committee, for example, or of the disciplinary subgroup overseeing our complaint system. There are quite a lot of these, and in the past, board members have often simply had to vote for among many candidates on the basis of a short printed manifesto and very little information about the candidates, and none that didn't actually come from the candidates themselves. So in recent years, we've increasingly moved to a much better system of having a panel of board members properly inviting applications, reading them, interviewing candidates, and understanding the situation more fully to ensure we make good quality appointments. I've been involved in that process for 2 or 3 major areas and can attest it's made for much better quality appointments, as well as the board actually being much better placed for its own role of overseeing those bodies. This motion updates something which surely deserves some kind of award for lasting as long as it has in the Constitution, in the statement that the party president is a more important public face of the party than the leader. It's sprinkled with a miscellany of removing incorrect full stops and semicolons, deleting ands, and capitalising and spelling words out fully. There's a short secondary amendment, also from the board, making a couple of further improvements to the original proposal, following some comments from party members on the original proposal, and thank you to those who made those observations and fed them in. This means we can now also make proposals to include some slightly clearer wording of the proposal for 16.3a about in the Constitution, which ensures that members of FASC are independent of other parts of the party. And similarly, it makes some changes to line 106 to 108 of the original motion about Articles 13.1 and 14.1, which correct a misquotation of the original Constitution. Plus, there's a new comma and a deletion of a preposition just to keep your heart rates up. Conference, very little of this is going to win us more seats. But if we don't get it right, it is exactly the sort of thing that is very good at occupying so much time and attention that it really does damage our ability to win the seats we should be winning. So I ask you to support it. We're coming to the end, this conference has been said, we're coming to the end of Mark Pack's 6 years as party president. And in the words of line 94, he believes in neatness and tidiness. I invite you to do the same by approving this constitutional amendment and the secondary amendment to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. I'd now like to call Simon Pike to speak against Amendment 1 and against lines 109 and 110 in the substantive motion. Apologies, Simon, that I didn't ask you to stand by. And I'd also like to call Jeremy Hargreaves to stand by to summate.
Good morning, Conference, just about. The amendments in this conference in this motion are all worthwhile and some are necessary. I'm not speaking against these, but against lines 109 and 110 that describe how they will be implemented. Renumbering of paragraphs or articles is prone to error and omission and can break cross-references from other documents. For example, there are more than a dozen references in the English Party Constitution to specific paragraphs in the Federal Constitution, and almost as many in the English Party election rules, and also in the party complaints procedure. All of these documents, and potentially many more, will need to be checked and potentially amended consequentially. My career has been in the writing of technical standards and international agreements on the use of radio frequencies. Incorrect cross-references in these documents could result in mobile phones not working reliably or ambiguous international agreements. We therefore use better ways to amend these documents. Using these, for example, in line 16 of this motion, instead of saying add new article 20.2, which would require renumbering, you could instead say add new article 20.1a, which would not. This is how UK legislation is amended. And for proposals to delete an article, you could instead say, replace the existing text with the words not used. This preserves paragraph numbering between different versions of the document. Conference, please stop renumbering paragraphs in our constitutional documents. It is not necessary and leads to confusion and ambiguity. Turning to Amendment 1, the words may not in line 3 have two completely different meanings, either an option or a prohibition. For example, if I say I may not go to the pub this evening, it means something completely different to say you may not go to the pub this evening. Therefore, either shall not or must not may be used in our constitutions, but may not shall not be used. I therefore urge you to reject Amendment 1, but I will reluctantly support the motion. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Simon. I now call Jeremy Hargreaves to summate the motion and amendment.
Friends, if you're here this morning, you're a detail person. I think we're all guilty of that. But I think Simon most certainly deserves an award for being one of the most committed to detail. And I don't disagree with what you said, Simon. And I want to thank you also for mentioning it to me beforehand as well. I think what you say makes a lot of sense. I think at this point, we can't really change that. I am very happy to do what I can to mitigate that. Firstly, I think we've covered well the cross-references within the federal constitution. If there are other bodies which, like the state party constitution, which refer to the federal constitution, I'm certainly willing on behalf of the board to undertake for the board to write to those bodies who might be affected by it, to draw this to their attention and to offer support to them in updating their cross-references to this. So I think we can do that. Similarly, in Amendment 1, while I think you are linguistically correct, and I wouldn't be brave enough to challenge you on that, I do also think it is very clear in the context of the sentence there, and as you and I discussed, in fact, it does clearly here mean must not, and I think that is not in doubt. If there was a provision in conference to replace the word may with must, I'd be happy to do that, but I don't think there is. But I think the intention here is very clear and is not really open to ambiguity. And by the way, those words don't actually change from what's in the current bit of the Constitution. So thank you very much for raising this. You did say to me, I think this is much about flagging this for the future good practice of updating the Constitution. I think that's, that point is very well made. With those points taken, I do ask you, Conference, if you could please approve both the amendment to this constitutional amendment and then also the main constitutional amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeremy. We now move to a series of two votes, the first of which will be on the secondary amendment. If I could please ask all those in favour to show your voting passes. As a reminder, this is a simple majority, but for your vote to be valid, you must be sat down whilst showing your pass. Thank you, Conference. And if I could please see those against Amendment 1. Thank you, Conference. That amendment is clearly carried. And so we now vote on the motion as amended. As a constitutional amendment, this will require a 2/3 majority in order to pass. If I could please see those in favour showing your voting cards now. Thank you. And if I could please see those against. Thank you, Conference. That constitutional amendment is overwhelmingly carried. Thank you to everyone who attended this very lively debate. And we now move to motion F47, defending women's rights across the globe.
Good afternoon, conference. We're going to start shortly with F47. I don't want to start it early because I see that people are still coming into the auditorium. So I thought I might tell you about some of the fringes we have today to keep you entertained before we start. So at lunchtime today, we've got 5 fringes. Hospice UK, Marie Curie and Sue Ryder on ending the crisis in palliative care in the Avon room here in the BIC. IPPR and National Grid, energising economies, the role of electricity networks in boosting local economic growth, also in the Bournemouth International Centre in Bayview 1. The Centre for Care, supporting carers in your local area, are meeting in Bayview 2. BlackRock, financing inclusive growth in the UK, are in the Durley Suite. The Centre for Policy Research on Men and Boys, what's happening to our men and boys, is in the Merrick Suite. And the Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom, UK-EU Liberal Dialogue, is meeting in the Westbourne Suite. So hopefully you'll find something in those fringes to do at lunchtime. I will start at 10 past just to ensure that people are all here for the commencement of the debate. Thank you. Okay, conference, let's kick off. We now move on to F47, Defending Women's Rights Across the Globe. You can find this on the agenda, pages 102 to 106. We have 2 amendments, which you can find on pages 11 to 12 of today's conference daily. The Federal Conference Committee received a request for a non-member to speak in this debate, Lizzie Adundo of our sister party in Kenya, the Orange Democratic Movement. The FCC has agreed to this proposal. With that in mind, could I please ask George Cunningham to stand by, and I call Janie Little from North Somerset to move the motion.
Thank you so much. I'm sure many of you in this room know what social media is like for women. I've learnt to expect abuse and unwanted comments on my body each time I post, and I've learnt to expect that when I report those comments, no further action will be taken. Content creators on social media exploit the vulnerabilities of young men, and misogyny online translates into real-world harm. These are symptoms of what we know to be true, that misogyny is becoming mainstream and women's rights are under threat. But women's rights don't matter to the Labour government. In the spending review published in June, an opportunity to strengthen our commitment to international gender equality, women and girls were missing from the priority list for the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office for the first time in its history. Women are being killed. Women are in poverty, and women cannot access the support that they need. And what is the government doing? They are cutting foreign aid, which will hit women and girls the hardest. When the US announced a funding freeze on aid projects, a 71-year-old woman who was a refugee from Myanmar living in Thailand died because she was discharged and denied oxygen supply. These are not just numbers, these are lives lost. And if these cuts weren't callous enough, The Guardian recently reported that the government is even considering cutting a key gender equality commitment on aid spending, that 80% must go towards projects that have gender equality as at least one component. But it's not just Labour. Earlier this year, Nigel Farage said that it is utterly ludicrous to allow abortion up to 24 weeks. The Trump administration's attacks on the right to choose and their reckless approach to aid is depriving women and girls of life-saving healthcare. But don't forget that our politicians in the UK are hardly any better. Far-right groups are weaponising violence against women and girls to drive their anti-migrant agenda, when in reality, 90% of perpetrators of sexual violence are known to their victims. This is not about the safety of women and girls, it is about hatred and it is about racism. In 2024, 1 in 4 countries reported a backlash against gender equality. The state of women's rights today is harrowing, and conference, we cannot be silent. We cannot be silent when 1 in 3 women have experienced sexual or physical violence. We cannot be silent when 2.4 billion women of working age do not have equal opportunities to men. And we cannot be silent when the Trump administration threatens the livelihoods of women and girls across the globe and the Labour government will not fight back. It is our job to stand for the rights and the equality of all. As Liberal Democrat women, we joined forces with the Federal International Relations Committee to create this motion that we hope will be a framework for how we approach global gender equality and how we tackle the global rollback of women's rights. Our international colleagues have told us horrifying stories of pervasive violence and abuse and of the deafening silence they hear when they speak up. This project is the start of an ongoing dialogue between us and women from our sister parties, for us to empower those women and for us to learn from those women too. I'm delighted that our colleague Lizzie, who's in the front row, will be with us today and hopefully speaking in this debate too. This motion covers a wide range of issues: violence against women and girls, economic inequality, the need for international aid, misogyny and social media, the political representation of women, reproductive rights, empowering women in conflict resolution and peace building, and gender equality in climate change. I'd particularly like to highlight our call for the UK to target at least 20% of aid spending on gender equality projects, an ask that comes from CARE International. And this motion is intersectional. We as a party will fight for the rights of women of colour, disabled women, LGBT+ women, including our trans sisters, all women. I welcome the 2 amendments put forward to strengthen this motion, and I encourage you all to vote in favour of both of those. We have been told time and time again that when women speak up, male politicians do not listen and do not care. We need to be different, and this is how we do it. Please vote in favour of this motion and the amendments. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Monica Harding to stand by, and I call George Cunningham from Liberal Democrats Overseas to move Amendment 1.
Conference. We have a confluence of major crises around the world right now. Ukraine, Gaza, Sudan, and many more. But my message is clear. Amidst all the turmoil competing for our attention, Afghanistan must not be forgotten. Conference. Afghanistan is now the most extreme example of state-enforced oppression of women in the world. Banned from secondary schooling, university education, and most paid work, the vast majority of women in Afghanistan live in poverty, isolation, unable to fend for themselves, and subject to violent sanctions, including beatings and detention. Any remaining rights are being whittled away. Only last week, the Taliban put up yet another barrier, forcing the considerable number of Afghan women employed by the United Nations in Afghanistan to stop work, preventing them from entering UN premises, and banishing them to their homes. For 4 years, the international community has stood fast in not recognizing the Taliban regime as the legitimate Afghan government. Yet the Taliban's isolation is eroding. Russia has now recognized the Taliban. China is poised to follow suit. Central Asian countries are normalizing relations. Most recently, the UK government is coming under great pressure to normalize relations with the Taliban regime, in return for the UK sending back Afghan irregular migrants, potentially to great hardship. This amendment to the motion brings this looming crisis to the fore by reinforcing the message women's rights must remain centre stage in the UK government's dealings with the Taliban. Conference, the UK should consider its pressure on the Taliban regime by doing all it can, should continue to its pressure on the Taliban regime by doing all it can with like-minded countries in not recognising Afghanistan's de facto authorities as the legitimate government unless women's rights are restored. The UK government should reinforce its engagement by continuing its pressure on the Taliban regime by closely coordinating with other G7 and European Union countries in support of the UN's efforts in Afghanistan, using as leverage the unfreezing of Afghan assets and the lifting of sanctions on Taliban leaders if they restore the full rights of Afghan women, but only if that happens. Secondly, the UK government should invest in projects supporting women in Afghanistan, particularly small and medium enterprises in the few places in northern Afghanistan where women are barely permitted such a role. And thirdly, support initiatives which enable the voice of Afghan women to continue to be heard, including promoting online education and engagement, as well as supporting women in the Afghan diaspora. Conference, stand by Afghan women's rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Hina Bakari to stand by, and I call Monica Harding, MP for Esher and Walton, to move Amendment 2.
Good afternoon, Conference. As this motion and the powerful speakers before me have highlighted, rights for women and girls are being rolled back all around the world. We, Conference, must do all that we can to oppose this trend. Our government's decision to mimic both the Conservatives and Donald Trump's reckless cuts to international aid will make it harder for the UK to show leadership on this issue. Labour's cuts will have a disproportionate impact on women and girls and on sexual and reproductive rights globally. It is shameful and speaks to a moral vacuum at the heart of this government's approach to development and to women's rights. It is clear that the British public lacks confidence in this approach. Only 37% of respondents in a YouGov poll said that they believed the UK government cares about the rights of women and girls. It is up to us, Conference, to show the world that Britain does care. We Liberal Democrats must hold the government to account for its action on protecting these rights around the world, and that is why I am pleased to be moving this amendment to the motion. If passed, it will call on the government to deliver an annual report to Parliament, outlining what progress has been made through the work of the new UK Special Envoy on Women and Girls. This would allow your MPs to better scrutinise the effectiveness of the government strategy, as well as the impact of government aid on our ability to support women and girls. And while I welcome the government's appointment of a Special Envoy, we cannot allow this to be a hollow position. It is vital that any progress made by the Special Envoy in advancing women's rights, or indeed the challenges she faces in doing so, are communicated to Parliament, so that we can effectively assess the impact of her work and the quality of the government's approach more broadly. And while we should be sceptical that Labour can make any genuine progress following its decision to slash the aid budget to just 0.3% of GNI, we must continue to ask critical questions of this government and continue working to ensure that global women's rights do not fall further down the government and Britain's agenda. With the passage of this amendment, Conference, and the motion as a whole, let us reaffirm that it is us, Liberal Democrats, who are the champions of international aid and the protection of women and girls, and that we are the only party ready to hold the government to account on these issues. And so I encourage you, Conference, to support this amendment and the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Hannah Betsworth to stand by, and I call Councillor Hina Bakari, Assembly Member from Merton Borough.
Hello, Conference. Let me just begin by thanking Liberal Democrat women. What an amazing group of women, and the fantastic work that they have been doing throughout Conference with the advocacy and this motion in itself, the amendments that you have been brought through. So can we just give everybody, please give them a big clap for this motion, it's fantastic. I'd like to focus on one aspect, firstly, on the motion, which is about holding social media companies to account on misogyny. And the reason I do that is because many women who have stood for elections, like myself and others here, will know the experience of what it's like to stand as a candidate and the onslaught of attacks that you can get on social media. Things like this from myself. You don't belong. Bakari is not a British name. Watch your back, yellow bird. And then attached to that, a bird, a yellow bird with an arrow shot through it. Now that is a reality that a lot of women have to go through when they want to stand for election, and this is the aspect of this motion that I'm fully backing and supporting, because if we don't hold these social media companies to account, we will not see more women stand, and we must see more women stand. We need to have all colours and all races, all women feeling confident that when they stand, they will be able to do their job without any fear. And those media companies have a lot to answer for. So let's push and make sure that the likes of Elon Musk do what they have to do, which is protect our rights to be able to stand and be able to free to do so. The other aspect of the motion is about charities that are supporting women. And in my role as the London Assembly member, I have been supporting Southall Black Sisters, and their funding has been cut because of this Labour government. They can no longer support migrant women from recourse of public funds because of Labour cuts. And we must fight to make sure that this government does what it's supposed to do, which is to protect the vulnerable. The Liberal Democrats are doing that here in London and across the country. And I'm so supportive of this motion because it stands up for those vulnerable women who need a voice. The Liberal Democrats are supporting the women like this. We'll make sure that their voices are heard. We'll make sure that they can stand for election. We'll make sure that we, women, can stand free and strong and have a voice. Please support this motion and the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Lizzie Adundo to stand by, and I call Hannah Betsworth from the Liberal Democrats in Europe.
Thank you, Conference. There have been many reports from the European Parliamentary Forum on Sexual and Reproductive Rights, identifying an ongoing trend in which a global anti-gender movement attempts to undermine the progress that we as women have fought for all these, over the past few decades. There has been, from 2019 to 2023, $1.18 billion of funding directed towards this anti-gender movement from 28 European countries, from Russia, and from the United States. What we are seeing, and what we as Liberal Democrats are so powerfully fighting against, is an ongoing attempt to divide our community, to try to drive a wedge between our trans sisters and the rest of us.
as in an effort to destroy all of our rights, to undermine human rights across the board. It is a campaign designed to reverse decades of social progress, a campaign that has no respect for any of our rights and freedoms, and it is something that we fundamentally will not allow to progress. These policies, these attempts to divide our community have real life-threatening consequences for all women and girls. We are seeing with the cuts to US aid that in Belgium, $10 million worth of life-saving contraceptives and medicines are languishing in a warehouse under threat of incineration. These medicines are proven to prevent maternal deaths and improve health outcomes for women and girls worldwide. As Europeans and as the United Kingdom, we have the ability to say no more, that we will find ways to make sure that these vital supplies continue to reach the people who need them around the world. And that is why this motion is so vital, that standing up for the principles that we have all fought for together, refusing to be divided by the forces of the far right in the form of the anti-gender movement, to make sure that we all maintain the rights to a healthy and safe and fundamentally free life as women and girls across the world.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Julie Adnams-Hatch to go over to the Speaker's desk, ask Councillor Rosie Dawson to stand by, and I call Lizzie Adundo from the Orange Democratic Movement in Kenya to speak for the motion.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. I'm going to give the Kenyan account on violence against women and femicide report. So right now, as we are sitting here, Kenyan women are living in terror, literally. The statistics paint a horrifying picture that demands immediate action, especially from the UK. In Kenya, femicide rates have skyrocketed, with one woman killed in every 3 days. In 2024 alone, over 152 women were murdered by their intimate partners. These aren't just numbers. These are our mothers, these are our sisters, and these are our daughters, whose lives were cut short by gender-based violence. The situation isn't getting better, it's getting worse. Domestic violence affects 4 in every 10 women in Kenya, with 47% aged between 15 and 49 years. Sexual violence is an endemic that we must deal with. 1 in 4 Kenyan girls will experience sexual abuse before the age of 18. During our recent protests in Kenya, I hope you were following, we witnessed horrifying scenes of women being sexually assaulted by the security agencies. Economic desperation fuels this violence because 70% of Kenyan women work in the informal sector with no protection, no rights, and earning less than $2 a day. When a woman can't feed her children, she becomes vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. So what must you do now? Number 1, restore the aid cuts. Kenyan women organizations have lost almost 60% of their funding due to the cuts. These grassroots heroes are literally the difference between life and death for the survivors. The second one that I cannot overemphasize enough is we put pressure on social media companies. Most of this misogynistic content targeting Kenyan women activists normally goes viral unchecked, that eventually silences us, so we cannot make enough noise. The third one is to support the End Femicide Kenya movement, that is fund safe houses, legal aids, and economic empowerment programs that give women alternative to staying in abusive relationship. Lastly, but most importantly, is to put diplomatic pressure to the UK to use the trade relationships and demand Kenya strengthens its domestic violence laws and actually prosecute perpetrators. So every day, when we delay more women die. Kenya's women are crying out for help. They are organizing, protesting, and demanding change despite facing brutal retaliation. We cannot abandon them now. The UK has the power to be the lifeline these women desperately need. Will we act, or will we watch as more Kenyan mothers are buried while their killers walk free every single day? Conference, time is running out. Lives hang in the balance, and we must act today. Thank you very much.
Can I please ask Julie Adnams-Hatch to stand by, and I now call Councillor Rosie Dawson from Newton Abbot.
Hello, Conference. Across the world, we are witnessing a disturbing rollback of women's rights. Hard-won freedoms, reproductive rights, access to education, safety in public and private spaces are all being stripped away by authoritarian regimes and emboldened misogynists. And let's be honest, even here at home, progress is far from secure. I'm not just standing here today as a Liberal Democrat, I'm standing here, please pity me, as a teen parent, or nearly. As the mother of a 12-year-old daughter, I cannot and will not stay silent whilst her future is threatened by a world that is too often tells girls to sit down, be quiet, and to know their place. If we don't stand up now for our daughters, for our sisters, for our fellow women across the world, then when? We owe it to every girl who's ever been told she's too loud, too ambitious, too much, and somehow still not enough. We owe it to every woman risking her life just to have a say in her own. And we owe it to those who came before us, those who fought for the rights that we're now being forced to defend all over again. Now, I know some people will think misogyny will fade away on its own, that if we're just patient, things will move on, things will improve. Well, I've never seen a fire put itself out by being polite. Conference, we have a choice to be bystanders or to be brave. And if my daughter ever asks me what I did when her rights were on the line, I want to be able to tell her that I stood up, that I spoke out, and that all of you did too. So please back this motion. Let's show the world that Liberal Democrats will always, always stand on the side of equality. And if nothing else, back it for my daughter, because she's 12 and already explains the world to me like she's on a TED Talk. If she's going to run the place anyway, we may as well try and fix it up first. Thank you, Conference, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Could I ask Rowan Fitton to stand by, and I now call Julie Adnams-Hatch from North Devon.
Good morning, Conference. Yes, it's us again. But today, we're angry. Angry that in 2025, women and girls everywhere still cannot live free from fear. Angry that our voices are dismissed, our pain ignored, or safely treated as our personal, or our safety treated as our personal responsibility. Let me tell you, our anger is not weakness, it's power. It is time to use that power for change. Too often, our healthcare professionals have told women, our pain is imaginary. Our suffering is something to be endured, and that pain is to be expected for a woman. Periods, menopause, childbearing. This is medical misogyny. It is real, it is dangerous, not only to us, but our children. It must end. Too often, trans women live in fear. Fear of walking home, using public transport, of being assaulted simply for being themselves. Let's be absolutely clear. Trans women are women. Good girl. They deserve safety, dignity and equality, not just in law, but within communities, medical care and workplaces. Older women, women who have given decades of life, knowledge and service, are too often pushed aside, their wisdom undervalued. We must not only respect them, we must learn from them, call on them, honour them, trust them. Disabled women face some of the highest risks of domestic abuse, yet it is a hidden, unreported issue. This is a scandal we must not tolerate. Every woman deserves safety, whether she is living independently, relies on care, or fights daily against barriers most cannot imagine. And yes, even now, there are those who believe marriage gives them rights over another person's body. Let me say this plainly. Rape is rape. If that truth makes you uncomfortable, good. Know it, speak out about it. Our demand is simple: safety, dignity, respect for every woman and girl in every corner of the world. No exceptions, no excuses. We are outraged, yes, but more than that, we are determined to challenge prejudice, determined to reform systems that fail women daily, determined to build a world where no woman, young, old, trans, cis, disabled or able-bodied, has to fear for her safety or her worth. This is the fight before us. I promise you this: we Liberal Democrats must not, will not stop until every woman and girl in the world can live free, safe and equal lives. Support this motion. You know it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Shamim Mohammed to stand by? And now I call Rowan Fitton from Lancaster and Morecambe.
Well, conference, that's the second time I followed Julie at conference in a speech, and it could not be for a more important motion before us today. The work that my colleagues in FERC and Lib Dem Women have done is essential, and it's something I've seen firsthand during a previous job working for a domestic abuse charity, where independent advisors would daily share stories that will haunt me until for the rest of my life. But in my current job as a researcher examining post-conflict societies, I also see the power of women. The power of women to step up and not just shape societies and change societies, but transform societies for the better. The work they do is an essential part of our pursuit for peace in conflict places. And history and the present teaches us that every single time we have performed the miracle of ending violence and bringing peace, women have been at the heart of that work. Whether it was the Northern Irish Women's Coalition in the 80s and 90s, whether it was the work of community leaders and women in Rwanda, women have been at the forefront of our work to secure peace and end violence. And I saw that myself when I had the pleasure to attend a General Assembly of the International Federation of Liberal Youth in Sarajevo earlier this year, where I was lucky enough to meet Ina, who is a young woman working in an organisation called the Youth Initiative for Human Rights. It's an education organisation that worked across, still does work across, Western Balkans and the former Yugoslavia, tackling misinformation, tackling problematic histories, reconciling communities and young people to bring them forwards. And when I spoke to Ina, she spoke with hope for a society that was no longer divided across the lines. This is the work that is threatened by cuts to international development aid. This is the work that we are protecting with this motion, and the reason why we must ensure this motion passes and the amendments put to it. The empowerment of women in peace building should not be regarded as a nice add-on to our international development work, as the Labour government seems to consider it. It is an essential prerequisite for the pursuit of a positive peace predicated on the values of our party: democracy, equality, human rights. Values which this motion and the amendments put to it not only represent, but embody in every way possible. So, conference, back this motion, back the amendments, and back the safety and empowerment of women across the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Alex Brewer to stand by, and I now call Shamim Mohammed from Haringey Borough to speak for the motion.
Good afternoon, conference. My name is Shamim Mohammed from Haringey. I am hoping to be a councillor at our election next year. I wanted to share my story. I am a survivor of domestic violence. Sadly, this story is not unique. And this is why this motion is so very important. I came to UK in 2000, spouse of British citizen, as a wife. This was not a happy marriage, and my former husband was very violent and very controlling man. As I am a very outspoken person, it was very strange for me to be quiet or stay silent. He underestimated my strength and power. After 3 months of physical and mental abuse, not letting me out shopping or meeting others, he kicked me out of the home. I was homeless, nowhere to go. I didn't know what to do. As I was new in the UK, my language was very poor. I had no connection in the community. I had no one to talk or to ask help. I went to the police station. They turned me away. I went to the social services. I went to the council office. Everybody refused to help because I was a spouse visa. I had no recourse to public fund. I went back to my husband's house as I was desperate, nowhere to go. He opened the door for me, but hit me badly. The hospital referred me to the police. And the police turned me back to the social service to ask help. This circle started again and again. I was homeless and had nowhere to go, and no money, no live or even eat to anywhere. Finally, I went to the Women's Aid. They supported me with petty cash, and I picked up a voluntary job. I lived at Women's Aid 2 years, waiting for to live somewhere or for housing. After 2 years, I got my flat, where I still live. I started working with children and women, and I started again my education. I went to the university. I finished my psychology degree. But, conference, my story is not unique. This is happening to millions of women all around the world. This is why this motion is so important. And I also want to humble request to my Lib Democrats, MPs, and Lords, please, oppose reforms attempt to abolish indefinite leave to remain. This will harm to many of us. Please, let's also reform the no recourse of public funds. As I was lucky for the kindness of the women's aids, but not everyone as lucky like me. I also wanted to say Lib Dem Haringey, my colleagues, to support me, to humble thanks to them, supporting me speaking on today. Conference, please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Conference, and thank you, Shamim. Could I ask David Chalmers to stand by, and I call Alex Brewer, the MP for North East Hampshire, to speak for the motion.
Good afternoon, Conference, and no pressure following that powerful testimony. Despite what we've heard so far today, the UK is, believe it or not, a world leader in women's rights. We do have the most diverse parliament ever in our history, and I'm really proud to be a part of that, and proud to be a member of the Women and Equalities Select Committee that is working very hard to hold this government to account. Because of the work of that committee, miscarriage bereavement leave is being introduced, paternity leave is being reviewed, and non-disclosure agreements will no longer be legal in cases of sexual harassment or assault in the workplace. But for every small decision that moves us forward, there are huge ones that set us back. There is still a vast distance to travel, and while we must continue to make the case for feminism in the UK, we must not forget that progress is hard won and easily lost everywhere in the world. And in case anyone is under the misapprehension that feminism is job done or gone too far, I have news for you. Globally, more than 2.7 billion women are legally restricted from having the same jobs as men. 230 million women and girls alive today have undergone female genital mutilation, and in the duration of this debate, 3 or 4 women will have been murdered by a partner or ex-partner across the globe. We have heard that women in Afghanistan have been abandoned to their fate at the hands of the Taliban, having had just a short taste of freedom. We see abortion rights being rolled back in the US amid a vast backlash against diversity and inclusion measures. And even today, we see pregnant women being given completely false health advice by a global leader who has no medical qualification. There are global risks ahead of us. AI has enormous potential, but comes with phenomenal risks for women. AI girlfriends might seem like harmless geekery, but they are teaching boys and young men relationship ideals that do not exist in real life. And the data sets that train AI are already biased, churning out even more biased results. Deepfake pornography is leading to an increase in real-world violence. So it is more important than ever that the UK stays at the forefront of feminism. And of course this is good for women, we know this, but men, it's good for you too.
Less than 2% of venture capital funding goes to female-led businesses, and yet those businesses return an average 35% better returns. Investing in women will literally make you richer and grow our economy by an estimated £250 billion. Eliminating domestic abuse, of course, affects women, massively benefits women, but girls and boys growing up in those households are benefited too. But in this global marketplace, we don't stand alone. Security across the world is under threat and being eroded by decisions being made here, including and especially the reduction in international aid spending. This is short-sighted and will damage our soft power and result in lives lost. Conference, I could talk about this all day. We need to remain a global leader in diversity. I am proud of the part I play in that, and I encourage you to join me in supporting this motion today.
Thank you very much. I now call David Chalmers, Chair of the Federal International Relations Committee, to summate the debate.
Conference, I am hugely honoured and proud to be summating this motion today, and really would like to thank the work of Lib Dem Women and the Federal International Relations Committee, which I chair, that brought this motion to you today. And really, to have Lizzie here with us today. Lizzie was the inspiration behind actually bringing us this motion, because we know that there is much to be done in this country, but there is so much to be done elsewhere. We have heard powerful, passionate speeches this morning, and I want to thank every single speaker who has shared their experiences and their anger. Together, you have shown that women's rights are not abstract, not optional. They are about safety, dignity, and equality in the everyday lives of millions here and across the world. I mean, I began this debate angry that in 2025, women and girls in Britain still cannot live from fear, angry that their pain is ignored, their safety dismissed, that anger is not weakness, as Julie pointed out, it is power. And today, we're about to turn that demand into a demand for change. We've heard about medical misogyny. Julie spoke about that. The women told their pain is all in their head. Trans women living in fear of violence simply for existing. Older women undervalued. Disabled women at highest risk of abuse. And we heard from others, misogyny does not stop at our borders. The message from Lizzie, the brutal reality facing women in Kenya, where femicide rates are absurd. I mean, one woman murdered every 3 days. We have to do something about this. We talked about, so Janie in moving the motion talked about the aid cuts, and also Lizzie talked about them as well, how that has really impacted upon us. The UK must restore aid to 0.7%. These grassroots groups are literally the difference between life and death, and we must put pressure on social media companies. We heard about that in Kenya, but also Hina talked about that, the online misogyny and racism. Because every day we delay, more women die. We were informed by Janie about Labour's failure. We've heard others talk about cutting aid, dropping women and girls from the FCDO's priority list. I mean, it's outrageous. And Hannah talked about the attack on reproductive rights, that women's rights, including all women, are human rights everywhere, and that we must stand up for that. And I'm so pleased that this speech and this motion gives us an opportunity to be able to make that point, that women's rights, including those of our trans sisters, are what we will stand up for as a party, and we will not have anyone take that away from us. We heard from how Shameen, her harrowing tale of domestic abuse. We heard from Rowan, who talked also about domestic abuse, about the power of women to transform society for better and peace. Rosie talked about being a teen parent and what she wants to do to stand up for her daughter. And we heard from others, the harrowing tales we've heard this morning. What I would like to say is that conference, let us send a clear message. We will not look away, not from Britain's what's going on here, nor from what is happening around the world. We are outraged, but more than that, we are determined. Determined to stand up for every woman and girl, young and old, trans, cis, disabled or able-bodied, here and abroad, determined to fight for peace, equality and safety. And I would say the motions, the two amendments on Afghanistan and also the special envoy, the annual report, those are really important. Please vote for this motion. Please vote for the amendments, and let's prove that the Liberal Democrats, when women speak, this party listens and acts. Thank you, conference.
Thank you, conference. We're now going to move on to a series of 3 votes. The online vote for the amendments is already open. So could I please see all voting cards in favour of Amendment 1? Thank you very much. And those against? Thank you. Could I please see all voting cards in favour of Amendment 2? And those against? Thank you very much. That is, Amendment 1 has clearly passed. Amendment 2 has clearly passed. We now move on to a vote on the motion as amended by Amendments 1 and 2. Could I see those in favour? And those against? Thank you very much. I'm just going to wait for the online vote to catch up. I also just want to say, I know Shamim said she thanked her colleagues in Haringey, which I'm a member of the Haringey party, but I also just thank Shamim for being part of our party as well, and for teaching us so much. I can confirm the online vote is closed. That has carried unanimously. I'd like to thank all of the speakers. I'm aware that I've run significantly over schedule. I apologise for that. I didn't want to cut people off as they were sharing their stories. I also want to apologise to those speakers I was unable to call. Thank you very much, conference. We now go into lunch break before we move on to the final parts of conference. Thank you.